just sitting here autopiloting. Forgot to hit the button. I'm like, why am I still looking at my go live tweets and shit? Oh, because we ain't live yet. Yep.
Uber.
Yep. All right. We good. Done. Log in. Can't hear anything. It's because you don't have the player open. I know, Sirenscape. Thank you. So I got a new Gatorade flavor.
Yeah.
Called Aussie Lemonade.
Okay. Also, you're aware your camera's still not on, right?
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out where the fucking settings are at.
Okay. It's probably like a driver you have to update or something.
No, it's not a driver. Like, when you're not
like
in Discord, yeah. So like when you're not in Discord, you can just access the camera settings. But in Discord, apparently you can't.
Makes sense.
Oh, it's whenever I have the camera open in a different application, I can't access the camera settings.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's just no button in Discord to go to camera settings.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I could do my Logitech,
Oh, no!
capture thing. I know, Allie joined.
No, I just accidentally stabbed my highlight palette and completely destroyed one of them.
Oh, no.
I like the pole.
You can fix it.
Yeah, I'm just using my thumb to force it back down into place.
Oh, yeah.
Half the powder. It's fine.
Later, when you have a little bit more time, you can, like, use rubbing alcohol. And
It's fine. It's, yeah, it's not coming out. It just
Dang.
needs to be forced down, and I have a very shiny thumb.
Who'd have thought that the makeup mom would know about makeup?
weird.
And she knows how to do it mom time, too.
Why don't you do that shit anymore?
Depression.
Time?
Say depression?
I don't know. No motivation.
Cool.
What do we need to motivate you?
I don't know.
Well, fucking figure it out. I don't know what motivates you. You know what motivates you.
No, I don't.
Okay, you know what doesn't motivate you. Let's start there. Yo, Logitech Capture is fucking booty. Like, just give me the goddamn panel and let me update everything the way I want to update it.
I can turn on the light up right here.
Just what it's right down.
Should probably go pee before we start the game. You know, I'm usually pretty bad about remembering to do that. Get up.
Just hold it.
You know, I don't think I can.
Yo, for real. Why can I not access the camera settings? This is really annoying me. I'm so irritated by this. Allie, have you had Aussie lemonade?
No.
It tastes like
Does it taste like
Mountain Dew with a little bit more. It tastes more like lime than lemon.
Ooh.
But it tastes kind of like Mountain Dew with like a Mountain Dew 7-Up hybrid, or like a Mountain Dew Sprite hybrid, maybe is what it would be. Sprite, yeah. It's really interesting. It's not bad, but I probably won't get it again. I just prefer like Pipeline Punch or Papillon.
Papillon.
The Papillon.
I should grab one of those.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or I could just go sleep.
No, that's not an option.
I could do it.
No. It's not one of your choices.
I just thought sleep right here.
No. It's not one of the choices.
I'll be here. I just won't be.
I mean, that doesn't really satisfy what we want you here for, though. Your looks are only a part of it.
And I'm putting like 0 effort today, so.
Well, now's your chance to put in all that extra effort into staying awake. Okay, how the fuck does Microsoft Teams have a better settings than Discord when it comes to video?
That's great.
Not happy about this.
Heathcliff, how dare you? How dare you? That is just.
I don't know what the problem is.
Well.
For a second, I thought Allie's knee was her stomach, and I was just like, what's happening? Hi, buddy.
Yeah, need to definitely adjust angle.
With your knee like that, I was like, what? Why did she just have her stomach out?
Yes.
You can tell I'm not wearing my glasses because it didn't register that it was the shape it was. Never mind protruding as it was.
She's like, get in my belly.
Yeah.
We didn't even talk about where
I
John
know.
is and why is he late. And
John, leave. We didn't talk shit about you yet.
no, don't leave. Stay.
Oh,
fucking
every
John.
fucking time.
Never fucking shows up on time. Oh, there he goes.
Time's up.
That was perfect. Perfect timing
was
on both sides.
mean.
I don't know where the fuck the settings is still, and I'm really aggravated about it.
Fix your shit.
I can't.
Yeah.
Discord doesn't have the little thing in the settings where it's like change video settings. Like where it brings up the little box with the sliders for exposure and all that shit. Like literally any other program that uses your webcam has that stupid ugly ass settings except Discord.
Discord works fine, goddammit. You don't need to look for something better.
I'm not looking for anything better. I'm just looking for them to allow me to do this shit. Or I'm going to have to look for some backdoor approach to accessing the settings menu so I can do it. Because my shit looks so blown out on here. Like, I'm pale as it is. Like, you don't need to make me look paler. Like, you're not doing me any favors here. Discord. Dicks.
Got you.
And we switch over. Hey. Hi, everybody. Happy Thursday Eve. Happy to the...
You mean
what do we call
Friday
this?
Eve?
What's that?
You
Friday
said
Eve, yeah.
Thursday
Yeah,
Eve.
yeah, I did. I see, this is why I'm drinking the Monster right now. Happy Friday Eve. Happy, penultimate episode to our 1 year anniversary episode. Yeah. 51 episodes in. That's crazy. That's crazy. And I feel like story-wise, we haven't even really gotten started still.
Great.
Like, there's still so much to do and explore and talk about and figure out. And, like, you know, and we're already 51 episodes in, so.
So what you're saying is you want us to go for another side quest.
I want y'all to do whatever you want to do.
Uh-oh.
You broke up on that one.
It'll be like that.
You just say it just be like that? Like, you're not going to repeat what you said?
I don't even remember what I said.
His mouth didn't even move.
It did. It was just after
Very
he was done
delayed.
talking.
Listen, he has the anime headband on, and we have English audio. So, I mean,
We got that
the lip sync isn't going to always match up, you know?
dub delay.
Exactly. So, yeah, so good times to be had. I don't have anything. I started April's goals early because it's like the day before April. And it
It'll
doesn't
be
make
April
sense.
before we stop streaming.
Right, exactly. So April goals are up. And I have some fun ideas for like hitting the milestone of goals and whatnot with the new layout. So we'll make it a little bit more fun. But that's all I got right now. So who is doing recap today?
I did it last week. Anybody? Who wants?
Allie? John? John doesn't look like he's doing it.
What?
Recap?
Who that?
Allie?
Okay. Last week we were still working on. Wait, we started out the episode. We were still working on clearing out the boat that we had started getting free before that, right? That's where we were. Cause yeah.
It started out with Tam about to heal X's brain.
Head wound. Yes. But I think I can do this, but if not, you just won't care because your brain won't work. It's fine.
It's
Something
a
along
win-win
those
scenario.
Right. Yeah, we continued to clear out the boat. X found some bodies missing their jaw laying on a bed and proceeded to dispose of them when things happened to Felix.
Elaborate for those who may not have been present.
Yes.
I like that Megan's like, please go in detail.
So funny. When I was rewatching earlier, I didn't say anything about it to Jeff before, so he was just in the room and he was like giggling about like one body and then the next body, and then it happened and he just looked at me like, what the fuck?
So X starts throwing bodies off the boat, and Sophie and Felix are like, what the hell? And he's just like, meh, goes and grabs another one. And then, so Sophie and Felix are going to get up onto the boat, ask what's going on, and I guess X decides to throw Mr. Dead Guy off the boat in a different area, and Felix's face got all up close and personal with Dead Man penis. Good times.
Unfortunately, my mic just takes away the clap. It silences it out. It's like, oh, that's background, so I can't even make the sound effect.
I mean, when you're talking, we get it. So.
But what if I'm quiet?
Yeah. Yeah. And then X does this really cool thing where he turns himself into a movie projector and shows the scenes of what happened. Hours and hours of extracurricular bedroom activities that he watched on fast forward. And then he watches this, what appears to be a woman, rip the jaws off of these people. Just grabs, yanks, gone. And then just puts them in a pillowcase and takes off. We determined that was about 5 hours before we got to the boat. So we're like, we need to get the hell out of here. I don't know. I have been having a hard time today with my brain doing what it's supposed to. So I'm struggling.
You're doing good.
What else happened? Finished clearing out the boat. Drove back to the settlement. What?
Sin.
Oh, okay. Yep, gone. No more thoughts. Brain empty. Again.
What?
What else?
I'm reading my cards. I'm sorry.
Okay, stop reading your cards and give me, like, words.
Okay, but I don't know where you were. I can't do more than one thing at a time. If I'm reading, I can't hear you. You know this.
Okay. Why do you ever want me to do this? This is so bad.
Because it's cute.
It's only
No,
bad
it's
when
not.
you do this. You make it bad. You're doing just fine.
I cannot remember. We decide we need to leave. And then
Yes. We have
then
to go
brain
search
empty.
the boat to make sure there isn't any people or things that are going, like that person's definitely not there.
Ah, yes.
They're not.
Right.
Felix showers. Then the projector thing happens. And then
Yeah.
after projector thing and shower, X is like, we gotta go now. So they go work on the engine.
Right.
X pulls the gunk out of the engine, and Felix does other mechanic-y things while this is happening. And Sophie's boating. And we try to, like, dodge another thing that's still in the way. And more gunk gets pulled into the motor. And X does a really good job making sure that it comes out. But then we have Boat Brain X because his essence really connected with the boat. So anything that X thinks plays through the speakers inside of this yacht. And we all have to endure it.
Oh yeah, and he's
Very
thinking about how awesome he
self-confident.
is and how, yeah, I can do anything. And Sophie doesn't get to not listen to any of that. There's no tuning it out. It's just all of those thoughts.
We eventually make our way out of the gunk and over to the hovercraft, tie the hovercraft to the boat, which X does, and he's just like, yeah, that's right, I tied that real good. His brain just feeding us this endless loop of his self-confidence. And, we drive. X makes his arcane device of his sword, then sits on the deck of the boat, and we all just continue to hear about how great he is. Tal is meditating, Willow is reading a book or something, and there's a point in time where Felix is sitting with Sophie while she drives. There's a point in time, there's a couple hours of him walking around cleaning the boat, but while he's cleaning the boat, he's just curious, just making sure that there isn't any more drugs in the boat, right? He just wants to know. And he ends up finding himself some muscle relaxers, and he puts the prescription bottle quietly into his backpack, saying nothing. And then after finishing tidying up the joint, he checks on the engine one more time, sits with Sophie, and they just chit-chat while driving and quietly occasionally giggle to each other like, I'm the greatest. We get close to the settlement, and Sophie notices that the aberrant that we live with are on alert and standing in an aggressive defensive stance at the large vessel approaching. She gets Felix's attention, who is just kind of staring off, thinking about a lot of things that are on his plate, and he snaps to attention, sees what's happening, and runs off to go wake up Tal. Waking up Tal's very confused that Felix is just like, hey, I need you to go beside, and like quickly trying to explain before powers start getting hurled at the vessel. After being initially overwhelmed and confused, he gets Felix to calm down enough to be like, the aberrant think we're an aggressive unknown vessel. Can you please go make sure they know it's you? And then Tal goes up there and things become pacified, and one of the people go to get Ava. X decides it's a great idea to swan dive off the motherfucking bow of the boat and swim to the dry dock. And he rolls beautifully for that, so like there's not even a splash. This man just swims back to the dry dock. Eventually Ava and the others in the building direct us to a good place to park. We park the vessel, go get onto our hovercraft, and Willow, Tal, Sophie, and Felix all go back to settlement. It's dry dock, go up the ladder. At the top of the ladder, X is there talking to Ava, but only briefly to say, where's Professor Davies? And she points him in the right direction. Next comes up Tal, who's very excitedly like, where's Professor Davies? I need to talk to him. And she's just like, okay, and points in the same direction that X is currently walking in. Tal runs off, trying to drag Sophie, who's like, no, I'm going to bed. We can do that tomorrow. I'm going to sleep. And she takes off, and Felix just kind of sighs, watching everybody like split off in different directions quickly as like Ava's there looking for an update. So he turns and does his best job to give her an update, giving her all the details of everything they know, what happened in the boat, what was on the boat, what happened with the powers with Tal, and an adventure card was played. So, yeah, now Ava is interested in Felix. Makes me happy. And she's like, I thank you. I really appreciate you giving me this update. Just like gently glides her fingers down his arm before walking away. And he's just like, that was different. Okay. And that's where my brain stops. Next.
Then Tal and X go confront Professor Davies, and Tal is talking like Tal talks, and he's super excitable and basically telling him that he doesn't know what he did, but somehow he took Sophie's life essence and he doesn't know what to do. And then X kind of walks up like, hey, you know that whole time dilation thing you did? Yeah, I kind of did that too. And Professor Davies is like, I need you to tell me everything that you did while you were doing that to make sure you didn't break anything. And then that's where we ended it at. But yeah, so that's where we're at right now. So thank you, group effort from everybody who chipped in to get through that. That just tells me that I have to make you guys have more dire shit happening so you remember it. It's fine.
I don't have a memory. That's why I rewatch. But I
everybody remembers death.
Everybody remembers death.
Maybe.
I did a recap once today. I figured you didn't want me to do it a second time.
Oh, your 15-word recap.
I got everything that we did though.
I mean,
we conveniently left out Sophie's T-Rex arm, so.
Yeah, we left out some important stuff.
We didn't have to bring that up.
I disagree. We brought up Felix getting hit in the face with the dead man's dick.
We didn't.
That was like,
you.
What?
You were like, hold up, make sure you tell them about that dead dick that rubbed all up in his face.
We tell funny things. That's what we do. We're here for entertainment.
And Felix was just like...
Seen a shadow coming, he's like, what? A mole? All right. So, any hoozles. So that's where we're going to pick it up on tonight's episode. So you guys are at the settlement. Tal's over there being excitable, trying to explain to Professor Davies what's going on, and then X just walks up all calm like, hey. And then Professor Davies is like, do you have concerns about life essence as well? And he's like, yeah, kinda, but more so. I did all this stuff that I couldn't have possibly done in the amount of time since we last spoke. And he's like, it took me years to learn that. How'd you do it? And he's like, yeah, I kind of took that idea that you had about time dilation and just did
it. Get good, Professor.
It's like, I'm an old man, fuck you. So very seriously, he looks at you and he says, I'm gonna need you to tell me everything that you did to make sure that you didn't break anything.
Okay, you want to sit down and talk about this?
Yes. Tal, I'm not dismissing what you were saying at all, but the ramifications of what he did could be very devastating.
Okay, you can tend to that first.
You may want to hear as well. And he just kind of hobbles over to like a crate that's over there and sits down.
X will go find something around, pull it up as a chair, and start explaining. So that cube that you said we can take,
Yes.
I used that as a conduit. Wrote the incantations on one of the walls of the building I was staying at, and tried to capture the area within the building. And X will explain how he hooked it up and about the training and not leaving the area for the year he was there.
And he, like, as you're talking, like, you didn't open any doors or any windows the entire time you were there.
Besides inside the building, we were strictly confined.
But within the limits of the time dilation, did you open any doors or windows?
No, not from what I can recall.
Did you notice anything strange? Did you notice when you were there with Willow that she maybe seemed to be in two places at one time at any moment, or any weird double imaging?
No double imaging from her, but I was working on something that kind of had that in mind.
When I was locked in that bunker, I noticed strange facsimiles of myself and of things that I was doing. And these facsimiles, they looked just like me. And they all were trying to get out of the room. And I noticed that as they would try unsuccessfully to get out, that eventually they would wither, and they would fall to the ground and then turn to dust. I'm not sure what they are. I've never heard of anything like this or read of anything like this. But these reverberations, these facsimiles, they very desperately want it out. And I fear with you tampering with this, if any were able to get out, that could be bad.
Me and Willow both chose to stay in that confinement without real hesitation or want of leaving. I can't imagine any versions of us would try to get out. Maybe if she ever felt like quitting, then maybe she might have had some doubts and yeah.
I don't think these things are us. They look like us, but I don't think they are us. So, if you can think of anything, we need to try to retrace exactly how long you were in the time dilation before any of them happened, or anything. And maybe they didn't. I was not able to keep track of when I first noticed them, so it might have been after a year, it might have been decades in, I don't know.
Yeah, you were in there for 20 or so years.
I didn't expect that you would be doing this, not so soon at least, and I would have warned you sooner had I known you were. But we need to figure out if this is a technology that we are going to attempt to employ in any way. We need to determine what lures these facsimiles out. But if you don't think that you've noticed any, I would confer with Willow to see if she's seen anything. And I would just urge you, if you do anything like this in the future, to ensure that nothing can get out.
Okay. Here, I wanted to test something, and it might be better for you to observe as I do it. And I don't even know if I can fully pull this out yet. I was able to put the essence into the item. I don't know if it can do what I want yet. And X pulls the sword out, and he's looking across over the horizon, and he's going to try to activate the power he put on there.
I would say it was successful.
Okay. And the sword starts to glow this bright white light as electricity cackles off of it. And X's hands, his head, and his legs both start to glow with the same energy. And the first time using this spell was exactly due.
You die.
Damn. Alright, I'm using up every one of the 5 points I put into it. It's 2 for the cast, 2 for quickness, and 1 for hurry. And where's my main page?
I almost feel like this beckons towards a dynamic backlash table roll, but
I mean, that's all the power I put into the sword. It's not all the power I have available.
I know.
So X starts like hopping around, and like after images appear where he's been as he does it, and he starts moving side to side, and as he moves, another after image a second later moves there as well, and he's moving at about twice the speed that he would normally move. Then he goes and places like a block of wood down. He then grabs the sword, cuts at the wood. Then a second later, as the wood is falling down, his backlash comes and cuts at the same piece, and it splits again.
And you were able to put your essence into this?
And she's it and clicks it into place, and the glow fades from him. Yeah, the same way you use the other devices as a conduit, putting that essence into another object, I was able to put my essence into this.
Fascinating. Although, I must admit, after talking about these facsimiles, you to do something to essentially create a double of yourself is in poor taste, but...
I wanted to be sure that that wasn't the same thing, and
No.
a brief explanation isn't really getting all that information out.
No, I understand, and it's not at all the same. These facsimiles are, as I said, they looked like me, but they were not me. But I'm fascinated at your ability to pick up on using the essence, and I'm not sure if I've even heard of a Kurish being able to do this.
I wasn't until I started coming into contact with Aberrant. Then, ever since my initial contact with Tal and some of the other people here, is when all this started changing.
He pulls out his little notebook and he starts jotting things down with it. And Tal, oddly enough, this ties in almost towards what you are asking too, because for him to use his essence to charge these devices, he is essentially siphoning his own life essence.
That sounds dangerous.
Potentially. I'm not sure the full ramifications of his actions, but if something were to happen to that, it could potentially be devastating to you. That would be a part of you being destroyed almost.
Next, looks down to his arms that are still bloodshot. Yeah. The first attempt wasn't all too successful.
And almost without thinking of what he's doing, he grabs your hand as you're saying it. Oh, I apologize. May I see your hand?
Sure. He holds it out with the runes facing upwards.
And he takes it in his hand, and he flips it over, and he looks at the palm, and he looks at the other side of it. These are fascinating. I wish I had more answers towards this. This is all things that I wished to study when I first started on this endeavor, but things went differently for my course, and I fear at this point I don't have enough time left to be able to understand everything here. But, Tal, I think that some of the answers that I cannot provide, X may inadvertently be able to. He might not know it yet, but the things that he is doing and the actions that he is taking is essentially a manipulation of life essence. He's separating a piece of himself and putting it into this device as a battery of sorts. And I think that's similar to what you did. I don't know fully the effects of it, and how the device holds it differently than you were essentially pulling someone else's essence into yourself.
How do I keep it from inadvertently happening again?
It's hard to say if you didn't do it purposefully. Can you recall what happened when you did it? What triggered it?
I was not exactly myself at the time.
Did you feel like someone or something was taking over you?
There's long story. Different mind state. It's no offense. It's something that we don't talk about with outsiders. I hope you're not offended.
You mean the multiple people that are there?
Yes. Yup. Mm-hmm.
So no. Okay. Well, I would say if you know what puts you into that altered mind state, your best course of action for not having it happen again would be to avoid whatever triggers that. And I know that's not a very helpful answer, but I don't have all the facts to be able to give you a better one. And again, this is not something that I had a lot of practice with. It was more trial and error, and quite frankly, I got lucky. But I feel I understand the basics, but at this point, X may have a similar, if not better, understanding than I do on it. I have no essence of my own to be able to run trials on, to test things with. And as you are very well aware, there's not many of your artifacts around here, at least none that we have found. So pulling from the essence of the devices is not really a possibility right now either. And I've overheard the discussions of how they feel of Sophie's powers and the tension amongst your people. So I wouldn't dare suggest testing this on others to try to iron out a theory. So I'm afraid I can't be much more help than that in this topic, unfortunately.
Has there been recent talks that you've ever heard?
Nothing much since the last blow-up. There's still people, obviously, that have strong opinions, and you can't imagine that everybody's minds would have changed overnight, but the overall tone seems more, I don't know if it's accepting or understanding, but now that they've been given the opportunity to construct that idol, they seem to be a bit more dubious of it.
Okay. Well, thank you for the information you did provide.
Sorry I couldn't be more helpful.
Helpful enough. At least I have a path to take. So Mr. X, I guess I'll go get some rest since Miss Sophie seemed tired and irritated. I don't know if she was irritated with me or what, but guess we'll wait till tomorrow to maybe try to fix this if you're willing to help.
Yeah. Don't plan on figuring it out right away, but we can get started.
Okay. I'm going to I'll get to work.
Rest.
And he stands up and heads off to his little quarters.
And after Tal walks away for a little bit, he looks at you and he goes, has he been having more episodes of the other one taking over?
I think we handled the issue.
So, what was he referring to when he said that he was in a different state of mind when that happened?
Since we handled that issue, I'm not really sure anymore.
Has anything weird happened with him lately?
No. Just that one incident. And I wasn't exactly nearby to see what happened. The only people that were around were him and Sophie.
Well, I'm not picking up any readings of Sophie's essence on him. Has she been okay?
Not at first. She looked the same way she did when you took it. Not as severe, but still drained and tired. But it quickly stopped.
Well, it shouldn't have stopped unless the essence was given back to her. So, at some point, he must have given it back and not noticed?
Ask them how they're feeling tomorrow. Maybe they all didn't notice. I don't know. It's hard to stop and assess our situations sometimes. Everything's in a constant motion.
I completely understand. Yes, yeah, keep an eye on that, and like I said, try to think back. I know trying to recall everything that happened during time dilation is a process in itself. Things seem jumbled and fuzzy, but if you've noticed anything strange, try to think about how far into it was that it happened. This is important information for us to know if we ever try doing this in any other type of capacity, that we don't want to free these facsimiles into this world.
What are you worried that can happen because of it?
Give me a roll on the reactions table, please.
Where are my tables?
Under campaign, near the bottom. Do you believe in demons?
Somewhat. I attempted to create an illusion a while back, and it took on sentience. And he like pulls his shirt down. It wasn't happy.
Then you may appreciate this more than others. I never believed in angels or demons or anything of the sort. But my grandfather was a very, very religious man. And as a child, he used to tell us that he could see demons, that he could see the evil that walked amongst. And everyone passed it off as crazy. Just a senile old man. When I seen the way that those facsimiles were clawing at the door trying to get out, when I seen the way they looked as they withered to dust, their behavior, their mannerisms, reminded me of the descriptions that my grandfather would tell us of demons. So to answer your question, I don't know what could happen, but none of the thoughts and none of the feelings that I get are good. Take that as you will. Maybe I'm just the senile old man that's rambling on about demons at this point, but I don't get a good feeling from whatever those creatures are.
How are you busy at the moment?
I guess not. No one seems to have noticed me stepping away. It's one of the perks of being an old man.
Well, before I get some rest, you mind going over notes again?
Sure. Is there anything in particular you want to go over?
Nothing in particular. I just want to make sure I understand the basics.
Yeah, we can do that. And he pulls his notebook back out and he kind of flips back a couple pages.
And for a good portion of the night, X is just going to be going over stuff with him.
All right. Tal, did you actually go to bed or did you go off and cause some mischief?
No mischief, just going over his notes, trying to figure out as much as he can on his own to be able to tell if he still has the life essence in him, and if so, how to transfer it back.
Okay. Give me a spellcasting roll with a -8. Good enough. So, like, you don't have that feeling anymore of, like, riding the high like you were. Like, you don't feel, like, supercharged. You don't feel, unkillable or anything like that. Like, you just feel normal. You feel like whatever buff that you were getting from Sophie's essence is no longer there. That buzz is gone. And you can't really pinpoint exactly when you noticed it. But like thinking back, like you can definitely recall like after it happened and after you like came down from the essence high, if you will, like you could still feel like her power coursing through you. And you definitely cannot now.
So once he has that peace of mind, the only thing he's got to do is figure out if it returned to her, but he can't do that till morning. So he's going to go ahead and get some sleep.
Just go shake the shit out of her.
Yep.
Tell me! And then Sophie is yelling at the kids, and Felix is... you went to sleep already, right?
No, he was drinking with Daigor last we saw him.
Okay, and what has happened since?
In game, what time is it about?
Did anything noteworthy happen since we last saw Felix? There's no time frame of what it is right now. It's kind of like we're just picking up for whatever happened for the rest of the evening.
Those things where it's like, if it's not exceedingly late, he would do a thing. But if it's rather late, he'd just go to bed.
It's not exceedingly late.
Alright.
So, Daigor, I know you had mentioned discussing with that individual who's a pyro before. Any chance we can try to do that? I still want to work on power, essence stuff.
I mean, it's been rather quiet the last few nights. I guess I could leave post for a little while and we can meet up.
Awesome. I really appreciate it.
Any place that you like normally like practice your abilities here?
Try not to here because when I make mistakes with them, it generally is explosive.
That's what every pyromancer says.
Well, I mean, it's kind of what we do. Combustion.
So,
I guess closer to the water is probably a better decision.
well, yeah, no, I would agree with that. Give me a few. Let me see if I can get someone to cover for me. Maybe we take one of the boats and head away from the settlement a little bit, just in case something goes oops.
I get that. Though I haven't had an accidental explosion in a bit.
Yet.
That's exactly. Let's not blow the side of our fucking community up.
Alright, well, let me figure out where Kenan is, and I'll get someone to cover for me, and I'll meet you down at the dry dock.
Yeah, sure. No problem.
He, like, takes a sip, and he, like, hands it to you.
I don't think having less control when practicing what could cause explosions is the best of ideas at the moment.
It, makes doing the uncomfortable things a little bit easier. And he takes a swig, and he just kind of walks away, and he just throws his hand up as he's walking.
Felix is gonna go find Tal and let him know that he's gonna, or rather, he's gonna go find Tal and then,
Hey, Tal, Dygor and I and Kenan are gonna take off to a separate location for a bit so I can work on my pyro essence without potentially blowing up our building.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Yep, I just want to let one of us know where I'm going.
Give me a general direction. How far?
I don't know. That part wasn't exactly discussed. I mean, if you wanted to, like, link up, I could give you more descriptors when we get where we go. Doesn't that go a good distance?
It does. But if I would have to stay awake. I mean, I guess that's...
I
How
mean,
many
only
people-
while we drive, because once you know where I am, it's not a big deal. I don't think we're going too far away.
Okay. Yeah, that works. Yeah, his eyes flash for a second. And it's, okay, have fun. You hear that in your head, of course.
Felix nods and then walks off to the dry dock.
Alright.
After that, Tal's going to walk out, seeing Felix walk away. He's going to look to see, is it like late to where people are going to bed already, or
Yeah.
people still around?
Yeah, it's late enough that people are, like, going to bed.
He's going to go see if Echo is still awake.
No. We haven't said anything about her, like, taking over, like, third shift or anything like that, so for the most part she'd probably be doing more morning stuff.
Got it. Okay. He will go back to bed then. And
Walks back all depressed.
you'll know.
After a few minutes, Felix, you see Dygor heading down with someone following behind. Someone that you've seen in passing in the settlement a few times, but never really spoke with. Very androgynous looking, with like medium length, like bright red hair, but is typically pulled back under a hood. And Dagor walks down and is like, Felix, I don't know if you've met or not, but this is Kenan. This is Felix. This is the one that I was telling you about.
Good evening, Kenan.
Give me a roll on the reactions table.
Fucking hate you.
They give you a little smirk. They're like, all right, well, Dagor has talked you up a little bit. I expect to see something here. Where are we going?
It's just kind of looks around at the buildings.
Well, gonna try to find a building out of the water that's a little bit of ways off to not wake people up, but also not cause an issue.
You don't want to find a little trouble?
Trouble has its way of finding me anyways.
Well, let's see if your luck persists.
Felix starts up one of the hovercrafts and gestures for them to get on.
Yep, so everybody piles in, and they're just kind of waiting for you. Like, it's up to you. Where are you going?
Yeah. I guess, Felix drives to, like, a few buildings out, probably like a half mile-ish, trying to find a building that looks sturdy and devoid of fish goblins, hopefully.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, the world is your oyster at this point. Like, as you drive a few minutes out and get away from, like, the industrial complex, you start getting to more areas where buildings are sticking above water, and, these are areas that you've driven past numerous times now and have had very little to no signs of any life here.
So, at that point, he would just pick a random one, and we'd find our way inside. And of course, once one is selected, he would tell Tal about through MindLink, about where it was and where they were, and that all as well.
Yeah, so they're only about maybe a quarter mile or so away to the southwest.
All right. So, you all good then, Mr. Felix?
I'm all set. Good night.
Right, remember, a lot of these aberrant around here, they're very classically trained in how to use their powers, so they're going to put some pressure on you. Just make sure, you really give them that Mr. Felix, like, yeah, like, burn up everything, like, that.
Yeah, I'll try to keep it under control, but keep it intense. You got it.
Yeah. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, good night.
Good night.
And as you pull up, alongside this building, Kenan jumps out into the building. Dagor follows behind, and they just sort of start moving their way through the building while you're still in there, getting everything finalized.
Yeah, turning it off, making sure I, secure it so it's not gonna float off into the sunset. Or rather, into the pitch black midnight. And then he makes his way inside and tries to locate him.
All right. Like you could hear the movement inside there.
Mm-hmm.
And you hear like Daigor holler out like, "All right, Felix, we're back here. We got a nice space cleared out."
Yep, Felix just walks in, hands in pockets, just observing.
Give me an agility roll. Ooh, nice. As soon as you walk in, hands in pocket, you see Kenan is standing there, hood back. Their hair is like flowing, almost flowing like underwater. And you see them with their fists charged back, and as soon as you walk in the room, they come flying towards you with this fist that's glowing orange. You won the agility roll, though, so what do you do?
Upon seeing this, there's a quick, dodge roll to the side. Like, he literally just, does a quick dive to the side, rolls, and is instantly standing again, just, looking at the guy, what the fuck? Okay. And he just kind of, so I guess we're just gonna hop right into this, and his arms just, go up in a, prepared fight stance.
You just hear, Daigor's laughter just cackle off. So whizzes past you as you dodge out of the way. What are you gonna do?
Knowing that this isn't anything about his physical prowess and is... Oh, we're gonna freeze now, are we, Fantasy Grounds?
Felix pulls out the blicky.
Yeah, since this isn't anything about his physical prowess, we're not going to fist fight. He's trying to work on his essence. He's gonna take a brief moment, take a deep breath, and try to pull a smite into his arms.
Sure.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful.
All right. So what does Felix do?
So as he takes his deep breath, there's a moment where the color of his eyes almost fades out a second before almost looking like you could see the reflection of fire in his eyes, and the freckles on his face light up as the familiar flame torch fist things happen. And he just looking at Kenan more in a defensive stance, preparing for the next move that they're going to make.
All right.
I'd say that hits whatever just happened.
That I think that hits, yeah. You stand there with your defensive stance, and your arm starts to glow a little bit. And they look at you, and they give you that smirk that they gave you when you first met them. And they take their hands up like this, and they Allison?
You gotta say something every once in a while. We know what happens if you don't. Can't just stay muted.
They put their hands up like this, and as they do, they pull back, and for a brief second you see this flaming wings, and then they push forward in like a motion, and as they do, they lift off the ground briefly for a second and float back, and you see this burst of fire come your way. Can I please have a strength roll with a -2?
Strength roll -2.
All right.
I'm a Benny.
You're gonna Benny it? Okay.
I'm a Benny. Yay.
Okay. You feel this hot burst of air hit you, as you brace for it, and it knocks you backwards, okay, so it knocks you backwards, basically clear across this room, and you slam into the drywall, and it crumbles around you. You only take 4 damage because of you bracing yourself for it. And you can hear the crumbling of the drywall behind you.
What is this D&D 4 damage? I don't have HP.
4 it would hit, right? So look at it as like an attack roll. And that doesn't
got
hit
it.
your...
So it's not wounding me. Got it.
Exactly.
Sorry, I was like, what do you mean?
Yeah, so you took 4 points of damage, but your damage threshold is way higher than that, so you don't actually do anything. But yeah, so you fly back, you hit the wall, you hear the drywall crumble, and you see kind of just slowly land onto the ground, and their hair goes back to normal, and they do this sort of flowy motion towards you, and they go...
There's a glint of excitement in his eyes as he's got this expression of, well, all right then, let's go. And he's just gonna go to charge right in and attempt to hit using his smited arms.
Sure. So you're actually gonna run at him and then punch, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So you're gonna be going up against a parry of 10.
Up against a parry of 10. What it?
So you can just roll your attack, and
Yeah,
it has to hit at least a 10.
Yeah. So attack, and then it just increases my damage, and since I got a raise with that, it's +4 to my damage. And... Yeah. That's a 10.
10 exactly. So defense.
Yes.
Is it attacker wins or defender wins?
I
always get this one confused.
I think it's attacker, because I know I'm always disappointed when it's the other way, and when it's like happening to me and it's exactly my thing.
I think it is, 'cause I think in D&D defender wins, and I think in Savage World attacker wins, but I always get the two confused.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll say that hits then.
Fighting versus parry attacker wins, says he.
Okay.
Yep, so that's what I thought.
Hey.
Yeah, attacker wins.
Alright. There's a swing meta. So that is technically a 9.
Why?
Because I have smite.
Oh, you didn't add it in?
No, I forgot.
So 9 would be shaken.
Sweet. And then incoming two-fisted for round 2.
Okay.
Which gets -2 because it's my offhand. Ow. Oh, we Gucci.
12 hits.
And then this time I'll actually remember to put my +4 for my smite in there. Oh. Sorry, guy.
Damn.
Non-lethal, I'd like to specify. This is training.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay.
You hit them and you see like this burst of flame hit where your fist was, and it just goes, and for a brief second it just flickers out, and then it sucks back into them, and they just hit the ground. Boom. And Daigor stands up real quick.
Felix just like exhales real quick. His essence on his like his freckles flicker out and the smite disappears as he like reaches down to try to help Kennen up and see if they're okay. Because he got hit pretty hard.
Yeah, unconscious. Daigor runs over, and like picks Kennen up and it, like slapping them on the face like, you're gonna let some human punk knock you on your ass like that? And he starts laughing. And you see Daigor's eyes like flicker to like a blood red. He puts his hands on Kennen's forehead, and you see Kennen's eyes like sort of roll back, and then you just see like this blood red, and they're just sort of like this for a second, and then sit up, shake their eyes, and they just kind of look around for a second, and they're like,
Felix is just like kneeling slightly in front of him as they're like over this guy, like, oh my god. And he's just kind of like awkwardly waves at Kennen.
Kennen kind of leans forward and like they put their hand on like the back of your head and like pull themselves like close to your face, and they're like, maybe you should be training me. And they're close enough. They're close enough at this point that you could smell like this almost a smell of like toasted cinnamon on their breath, as they're like right in your face, and they smile and they like collectively help get back up. He said, all you did was punch, but you being able to channel everything into that punch, that was good.
My biggest issue is I usually have a lot of trouble containing it in what I'm trying to do. Because it's increasingly clear when I do successfully do it, it's powerful. But also when I really mess up, well before the whole world merging business, I kind of went a little nuclear and melted a van.
Not bad.
Also, is it normal to be able to manipulate heat and fire? Because I know he's a human, but Professor Davies was under the impression that, like, thermal essence and pyro essence were similar, but not the same. But I tend to be able to do both.
Well, no offense or anything, but I don't think that you humans quite have a grasp on what you have, this gift. And the old kook, he's on the right path with it. People tend to lean more strongly towards one than the other, but they're all connected. I had a friend back home that their main source of power was water. But when they were really, really mad, they could turn it to steam, and it would be almost as if they were using thermal and water together. So it's not so much a one or the other. They intermingle a little bit, but there's typically one that's more dominant. I think with thermal, as you put it, and fire, it's a little bit blurrier of a line because you can't really have fire without heat. Although, never mind. Yeah, it's not that clear cut.
Right.
Here's what I will say. Not tonight, but I want a rematch.
Alright.
Now that I know that you're going to try to get close and use that big thing on me there, I'm going to make sure...
Stop! Damn it, Sid!
I'm going to make sure that you don't get an opportunity to.
Alright, I mean, part of what I would really like to attempt to work on is different portions of Essence, because I know what I do know how to do, but I want to learn how to be more, I guess, defensive with it than just aggressive, being able to stop somebody in their tracks or turn them about, or kind of like how you did with the fire wings thing, where you shoved me far away. Because when we're in the thick of it in a fight, generally I fall back and take a defensive stance while the others take their retreat, because I can take the hit and I know I can keep the attacker distracted. So if I can maybe even just like prevent them from coming away and then take off, that would be great.
I can remember back home, the first thing that I learned how to do once I had control of my powers was the ability to fly. And as they're talking, you see those big fiery wings pop back up, and they push, and as they do, you feel this like warm burst of air fill the room for a moment, and they hover into the air. And soon I learned the principles of it. The same force that I use to push myself, I can use to push others. And that's when they push their wings, not at you, but on the other side. And as they do, you see like the torrent of like flames rip through, and you see the debris and furniture from the room kind of pick up, scatter, and kick across the room. So it's all about the feel of it. I've never had to explain this to someone who doesn't naturally. You just get to feel the motions, feel what you are doing. The same force that you're putting into things, you can feel how to take it out of. If you're worried about not being able to do anything but pinpoint it through your fist, that's you internalizing it. Think about how you can push that out.
So when I go to push it out,
He's just gonna, like, back away a good distance, take a deep breath, and go to try to let loose a damage field. And one more time. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so as you do it, like, you feel the energy from your fist kind of like, what motion does Felix make when he's doing this? I feel like Felix would be the type to be like, he'd just throw like a jab and like you'd see it shoot out, like he doesn't know how to do the.
For damage field, it's always just been like a deep breath, and then as he exhales, just like the heat displacement just like apparates off of him, and then like a field around him of
hot air.
The...
Looking for the size?
Yes, I'm looking for the size.
You're fine. You don't really need to worry about the specifics of it right now.
X amount of feet around him, just like, you can just see the heat around him and like almost an orb of it just radiating off of him.
Yeah, like as you do that,
backed away a good distance. It was probably like close to where he had directed his wings previously to force.
Okay. So you do that, and Kenna's like, see, that's one way to do it there, and if you were to take that same energy and push it forward instead of around you, don't just let it erupt. Focus and control where it's going to, and you can push that energy.
And I have exactly one thing I can do with the whole push thing.
And then he's going to, away from Daigor and Kennen, try to demonstrate Havoc, which is just like a palm thrust forward generally.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Like the first time you heard any like real emotion in Kennen's voice, they're like, exactly, that's perfect. That's the same thing that I do when I push, and again pushes the wings forward, and you see the spiral torrent of fire kind of kick everything up. It's the same thing. Now, if you can figure out how to control that even more, you could push back yourself. And that's the start of how you fly.
I don't think I'm looking to fly.
I'm not afraid of heights, are you?
Got me. Yeah, not the best with heights. They, not for me.
Then what about the opposite? What if you were to take that same downward force on someone else and pull them down? You don't have to worry about them flying away either.
True.
And they look at you, and they like kind of do like this downward pull, and you feel this swirl of heat around you for a second, and it kind of fizzes out. They're like, I think you might have knocked something loose.
I hit you pretty hard, and right in the diaphragm, so I can't imagine that you're completely back to the top of your ability yet.
We're gonna do this again. And when we do, you're gonna show me something new.
Oh, fuck. I showed you all I got. Honestly, that's the only thing I have figured out, but I will try to see if I can
And they kind of
redirect differently.
As you say that, they kind of swoop in, and they get like close again, and they said, that's all you know how to do now.
That's all I
You've
know how
had
to
this
do
for
with it.
what? A year?
Haven't really tried to do anything with it until the past 2-3 months, so I kind of just ignored it because other humans looked down on the curse, so we kind of hid ourselves if we could.
And their eyes glow like this bright red as you say that, and they get a smile on their face, and they kind of like swoop around you and fly up into the air, and they say, "Fuck them." And then out the door back from where you guys came.
Okay.
Dagor's like, "Now do you want that drink?"
Not until we're finished driving back. But yeah.
If there's any left.
Oh, trust me, on the yacht we just brought in, there's a few bottles of this type of wine called champagne. Carbonated, bubbly. It's fun.
Well, bring it to me and we can make some good old-fashioned hooch.
Deal. They pile back into the hovercraft and make their way back.
All right. And for anybody else, anything else noteworthy happen? All right. Then everybody wakes up the next day. I'd say that everybody wakes up and Felix is still sleeping.
Yeah. Valid.
X will be in the kitchen again, helping with breakfast.
I was gonna stop by and make sure that Felix is in his bed. So long as he is, he's gonna go for breakfast.
If you go to the portion where he was staying on the roof, he's not there.
His usual sleeping spot, he's not there?
Yeah, because the last night we were at the place, he had migrated down to the lowest level inside into a room there, and he's just kind of making that his room at this point.
And he'll just check with the whoever's on watch just to verify that everybody checked back in.
Yeah, you see like the first shift in there, and they're like, "Yeah, Dagor said he had to go do something important, something about the fate of the settlement." I don't know what he was talking about, but he had someone fill in for him, and they didn't really. I don't know. I don't understand. But yeah, they made it back. It was pretty late, but they made it back.
Okay, thank you. And then he will head over to find X.
He's in there cooking McDonald's up.
Yeah. So from what I can tell, at some point I must have released Miss Sophie's essence, but I don't know if it returned to her or not.
I guess we can all talk about it when we're eating. And X will like look over to whoever's in charge. He's like, "I'm gonna grab my bowl and go eat now. Y'all got this." Grabs his plate. I stayed up for another like 2 or 3 hours with Professor and went over a lot.
Did you figure out what you needed to?
I'm comfortable with the basics, so at least I know the groundwork in order to start building upon it. Now, It's just trial and error.
Did you have any idea that you were tapping into life essence when you were doing this?
No, that was a little bit of a surprise. I might be able to, the same way he put a rune on her hand and transfer the essence like that, kind of do something similar with putting another one of these on either you and her and transferring or pushing out. But that would have to involve explaining the runes to you guys, how to channel the energy into what specific spots, and yeah.
So we'll wait to see how she's feeling, and then maybe it won't be necessary. Just be very careful. Like the stuff we experiment with is already extremely dangerous, but life essence tampering, one slip up could mean,
Yeah, it felt like I wasn't pulling the energy from my reserves that I usually pull from when I cast spells. I felt like I was taking it from somewhere else when I was putting it into the sword. So I guess that's where I'm pulling it from.
just somewhere else. You don't know where.
Apparently, it's from my life essence, if what the professor was saying is right.
Well, yeah, but I know you didn't like start at the beginning with the basics and everything, but definitely keep in mind always know the source of the power that you're tapping into. And now that you know, I would say try to get to know that more if you're going to continue, which knowing you, you probably are, but just don't do it blindly because one mistake could be the last.
After I got the initial channel link thing down, it's pretty straightforward, and he unsheathes a sword like 2 or 3 inches, and the runes on there are glowing again. Like, after I already put essence into it, it's real easy to just, whenever I get that back, to push back into it.
Yeah. It, it's a very potent magic, but there have been uh, cautionary tales passed down through generations of people who loved the potentness of life essence too much, went too far, and because it was them themselves, they didn't realize the impact that they were, the toll that they were taking on themselves until it was too late. You're like, oh, I did this thing and made this amazing thing, and I still feel great. And everyone else is looking at them like, you don't look great there, buddy. You probably should, maybe. Oh, nope, you're still doing it. Okay. Yeah.
I'm just starting, so if I ever start looking worse for wear, I have you guys to keep me in check. We all agreed we were going to do that, right?
Yeah. I think the two of us are the only two that I think will really be able to handle the more dramatic aspects of that agreement. But that's another, yeah.
Either way, I don't think I'm pulling anything extra at the moment, so just this one device, one spell. It's a good start. Where are the others? You seen Felix or Sophie?
The people on the watch said that Mr. Felix went out with Daigor and someone else. It was a pyro that was supposed to be teaching him. They made it back, but they stayed out late, so they're still sleeping, I think.
Felix still trying to get help for his essence?
Oh yeah, like I said before, like as easily as it feels like the manipulation of essence is coming to you, like you're pretty much a savant, was what I would classify that as. Like it's just coming to you in a way that it doesn't naturally come to everyone else. So
But he
like
looked like he had it pretty in the bag at the casino.
remember how I was explaining how like the manipulation of one's own essence is different from one person to another? Mr. Felix is more of an instinctual type emotional essence user, as where you and I might be more calculating, is more of a mental exercise. For him, it's more of a I need to do this, make it happen, and just kind of willing it into being, it seems. And that can be tough to master more so than the way that we do it. Especially if maybe you're not known for having a great handle on your emotions as is.
I don't know,
That's
ever
not
since
cheating, is it?
it's accurate. But I don't know, ever since the world merge, I thought he looked like he had it under control from what I could see.
Oh, it's vastly improved, yes. And especially now that he's more so embracing it, as where before he kind of felt that he needed to hide it. So now that he is kind of pushing beyond that mental barrier of thinking that this is a curse to be hidden from the world, and maybe it's instead a tool to be used to survive in the new world, I think that makes a world of difference.
Oh, whatever works for him, I guess. X will like grab his plate and stand up. Let's go find everyone.
Okay. He gets up and follows.
And before they take off, X will go and grab like 2 more plates.
All right. What is Sophie doing? She was the first one to bed. I would assume that she was probably the first one to rise.
Sophie, just since she was up early, decided to go up onto the roof and just kind of think about things and just the stuff they've gone through, and just looking back at the way the training thing went and just trying to think of ways to just self-reflection and trying to plan for being better and just stay away from everybody, because she still feeling uncomfortable being around the aberrant, who she's not sure if they even want her there.
Have you come up with any epiphanies that have stuck?
No, not really.
All right. X, I assume the 2 plates are for Felix and Sophie.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you would, if you're heading back to where they are, you would see Sophie like off to the side, maybe like sitting on the edge of the roof with like her legs kind of dangling off, just like looking into the water.
Actually, just walk up and put a plate beside her.
I'll just grab it without saying anything.
How are you feeling?
Okay? Just trying to think about things. Really, I'm thinking about that training we did and how everything went to shit there. But physically, I'm fine. Been feeling fine since before got on the boat. So.
You don't feel drained or sluggish or anything?
No. Back to, well, I would say normal, but doesn't feel like the right word to use. Whatever happened that made Tal glow and float into the air. Right around that time is when I started feeling better, but I wasn't thinking about me in that moment, you know. Thoughts were definitely on my floating friend.
So, everything's back to normal? No life essence issues?
Not that I can tell, but not exactly an expert on anything essence. So, but yeah, I'm pretty sure all where it's supposed to be. Or something.
Next, I'll put a hand on Tal's shoulder. Everything's worked out. For the moment.
Yeah, for the moment, I guess.
Gives me time to figure this out if it ever happens again.
It won't. I'll make sure of it. I'm sorry, Miss Sophie.
You have nothing to apologize for.
Well, it happened and hurt you, so therefore I need to apologize.
Okay. I accept your apology. Even though I don't feel... Thank you. I'm all better. It's alright. How are you feeling?
Well enough. Just don't know what to focus on right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we still haven't found Mr. Felix's friend.
Definitely want to do that. We're gonna need to get more fuel for the big boat before we can move everybody out of here. I don't even know where to begin looking for Kay.
John Doe was with us when we got fuel the first time. Maybe we can delegate that to him and another squad while we go and start with Kay. I think we're I hope that we're not expected to handle everything around here.
I wouldn't imagine so. All we can really do is supply what is needed, and we've got more boats and transport, so.
Does anyone know where Felix is? Sophie, have you seen him?
I don't think so. I've kind of just been in my own head since I woke up.
I'm gonna go find him so we can start deciding our next move. Next we go and start asking around.
So, where is Felix?
He's downstairs in that room that he had slept in before, in the very bottom floor before there's water.
The water, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So when you kind of split up from Daigor and Kennen, did they see where you were?
Building. Yeah, they would have seen him go down and in.
Okay.
Maybe not all the way to the room he was in, but...
Yeah. Well, I mean, good enough that if you guys were asking around, they'd be like, yeah, the last we seen, he went inside the building. So, X, did you ever see Felix down in there anywhere? I think only Sophie did.
I didn't see him in that room, but I've seen him on like the bottom floor doing push-ups one time.
I mean, but that's an everyday occurrence. Like, you see him doing push-ups everywhere.
Honestly, there's probably a lot of unspoken Felix doing workouts in downtime.
He has in the middle of a conversation, he just drops down and starts doing push-ups. Like, dude, that's really distracting. Sorry, man.
Start squatting.
That's not better. No, stop.
Take off the chaps, put some pants on.
Do you have to do that with the helmet and the jacket on? It's really weird.
Definitely needs to keep the backpack though. That extra weight adds a little something to them.
Very important.
Low weight, high rep. You know how it is. So yeah, so I mean, you would know then, I mean, with all of that, that to check in the building, and I'm sure that if you were looking, you could find them.
Also, if you called out, he would probably just wake up.
Yeah, actually, like, if there's like a spiral staircase or something, you like pass one floor, be like, Felix, not stop, keep going. Next floor, Felix, keep going until we got to the right floor.
Gets to the bottom, he sounds super fucking annoyed. Felix, what? Yeah, Felix will just come out of the room that he was saying. He's like, "Yep, I'm up. Morning."
Next, we'll place down the food next to him. It's late. Were you out?
Sorry, I mean, I wasn't. I was out kind of late with Daigor and Kenan working on things.
Past curfew? Did I even tell anyone?
I told Tal, he knew exactly where I was. We even mind linked up so I could give him exact location.
I don't care. You're an adult, dude.
Okay.
Everyone's up. We're trying to decide what to do next.
Yeah.
And they head upstairs. I want some Hawaiian punch.
You'll get
No? We know Tal wants some fruit punch.
Yeah.
Too early in the morning.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere. So after you guys get back up to the surface and regroup, like, what's the game plan? What's on everybody's mind?
Exo will pass by Willow on the way back to the group. You make decisions with us now. We're trying to decide what to do next.
So, like, my vote's gonna count?
Yes.
See, the way that
I'll
you
make
said
sure-
that made me think no.
I'll
So
make
how
sure it
about you
counts.
guys go do your thing and I'll be here?
That's what you want.
Also, you know, I couldn't help but notice you brought food to everybody else, but
You want seconds? Been up
the
this whole
little
time.
bit that you pick off the plate when you're helping scoop it onto someone else's is not eating.
I'll grab you some more.
No, it's fine. I'll do that too.
So we'll walk by and pat her head.
If she doesn't throw an elbow right there.
It's X though. So she probably just like
So?
No, she just throws a look. She's throwing shade is what she's throwing.
Okay. As long as she's throwing something.
She's throwing a gun.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, that's
Ooh.
Sophie's thing. I forgot.
I'm done with you. I'm going to bed.
good night.
So after a few minutes, she gets up and follows. Not because you told her to, because she wanted to.
Exo, go and have a seat in front of everyone.
She's sitting like 5 feet away, pretending to not be part of the crowd. You guys are all over here. She's facing this way.
It's a really interesting well, isn't it?
Okay. We got the boat. We need gas. Need to get out of this ocean. Also, Kay might still be out there.
Can I vote now?
Do we have anything else currently pressing?
I mean, not really. Not as pressing, but like Colin too. And Steph. Were we gonna continue to look for Steph?
At some point, kind of have to realize that some people aren't going to make it in this world.
I get that.
But not Kay and Colin. They're fine.
And that's kind of what I'm getting at. We have a whole community we need to cater to. We need to help.
I know.
So are we gonna risk ourselves and resources going out again?
Absolutely.
I'd like to Of course, I'm not going to force anybody, but I would appreciate the help if we could try to get to the bottom of those woman snatching pieces of shit. And if they have K, and they have K, and if they don't, I drop it. How's that?
So going out for K might be worth the risk. Going out to just go and take care of these people that have been doing this just because of who they are, I don't think that's worth the risk.
At a certain point,
Yeah,
it becomes
they're
worth it, though. Because
yeah, they're assholes, they're scum, but going out there and killing these people, handling these people, isn't getting us any closer to where this settlement needs to be. Especially if we're going to be leaving this area.
No, it's not beneficial to us.
I told Avo we would go out and scout for where we can go looking possibly for land, somewhere we can take the settlement and get out of this ocean. How about, they said the boats went south, right?
Yes. South side strip.
We can head south first, looking for some land. On the way, we can make a detour.
Alright.
If we can scout instead of rushing into a building that we have very little info on, if we scout and we get some information, we can do that. But going in without any kind of info, without any kind of knowledge if anyone's there except for a sea creature nest, that's that whole mission was too risky and didn't get much out of it except for a direction.
Yeah. Definitely want to work on the planning aspect before running in blind, but I worry the longer we wait, the more they might leave. They might move because there was an incident in the other building. I don't know if they're going to be on the lookout for us or if they're going to take off and go to a new location. So
I could like stand up and look at Felix in the eyes. Last mission, I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want Kay's life in my hands. It's your friend. I wanted you to call the shots because if anything happened, I did not want that blood on my hand. If you want to do this with a plan, step up, make the plan, lead us, or let me know if I need to take her life into my hands.
we could
Then
all
I'll
collaborate
put
on
the
a
plan.
plan. That would be great. And I appreciate you not wanting to take her life into your hands, so to say. But if you have any ideas that could be more beneficial than what I'm saying, please speak up. It's not like everybody else's voices and opinions don't take into account, and I understand that I don't always have the best ideas. And I'm grateful that I have friends who are better at tactics and planning than I am.
Okay, but five plans all going in at the same time isn't going to solve anything. We need...
What I'm saying is when we're making the plan, everybody has input, and then we iron one out. Instead of just having me plan it out, because I'm not very good at plans. I'm asking
Okay.
for help.
Okay. Then when we get to the area, I can help someone stay undetected. Tao can help someone scout. Even Willow can help someone scout. Or she can scout. As we're driving by, we look in the windows. We pass by buildings that look suspicious. And from there, we decide.
Thank you. Thank you all
Unless
for
someone else...
helping and being willing to put your lives on the line for someone I love.
We're all in this together.
Thanks, Willow.
So we will drive to the southern part of the strip. Hopefully find someone that might have more information. And then we grab them and get details out of them.
That would be wise, yeah.
Okay. Should we go then?
I'm gonna need a new laser rifle first. Or fucking 2. Have a backup in case this one fucking blows up again.
I mean, you don't have to cook it. It's already a laser rifle. You don't need to set it on fire.
He's right.
You act like I try to do things sometimes. That's why I'm trying to get better at this. I don't exactly have a lot of control, despite it being powerful.
I mean, I was just kind of trying to make a joke. I don't feel like I'm the one who should have any input on how people handle guns or throw them or, you know. So, yeah. So let's do that. Get some new firearms for our firearm guy.
Literally.
And on that note, she gets up and walks away.
He makes the pun, has like a ha look, and then just walks over to where he could get the guns.
We're leaving in an hour and a half. X gets up and starts walking. And for an hour, let's try to make another device.
Did X put any thought into what Professor Davies was saying as far as like trying to think back if anything weird happened, anything like that?
Oh, yeah, I need to talk to Willow about that, huh? X will catch up with Willow before he does this tinkering.
She's like walking away and she's like, I think that went well.
I'm trying to get to the important shit. If we can skip the whole guessing and people are actually alive, we can help. If we don't find anything, we don't find anything.
And if we all die in the process, then we don't have to worry about it anyways, right? Am I right?
We're not dying.
I mean,
Any of
we're not dying.
Yeah, like, we're not dying.
No, I get that, but these idiots.
Tal's not dying. Tal's up. I don't think Sophie's gonna die.
Unless he kills her.
I think I got that under control too.
Do you?
At this point, I don't think Professor has too much more he can teach me. So he's already transferred the life back and forth between him and Sophie. I can figure it out.
Maybe he could teach you modesty.
He like stops. He's like, "What? Do you know what I've done?"
Oh, here we go.
I am the greatest.
I can do anything. I
Yeah.
have done everything.
I know everything that you've done. You know why? Because I heard you going over it ad nauseum for like 2 hours.
Speaking of what I've done.
Oh my god.
The time seclusion area that we were in.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever see two of me or two of yourself? Or like duplicates of us while we were there?
I would have shot myself in the head if I seen two of you.
Apparently it's a concern that the professor has.
What's the concern?
Just when he did it, although he maintained it for 20 years or more, he was starting to see duplicates of himself trying to claw their way out of the bunker he was in.
I mean,
And he's worried about what would happen if one of those would get out.
okay. Yeah, I could see how that would be worrying.
And he was in a bunker, so they were kind of trapped in there. All we had to do was leave if we wanted to.
Give me, unless you can think of another thing to roll for this, X. If so, feel free to let me know. Trying to think back through that whole process when you were doing it. Give me a notice roll -8 to try to think of if you can remember any of that happening.
For both of us?
For you.
Okay. I didn't expect that to go well at all.
So yeah, Willow's like, yeah, no, so I didn't see two of you, and you're not lucky enough to have two of me. So I think we're good. Also, for the record, if he managed to do it for 20 years, then technically he's still better than you at that. And then she just walks away.
He had more. Okay. And X would go and try to make his other device. 9. This costs 2.
What are you trying to notice?
Notice Echo.
Yeah, you could find her pretty easily.
Perfect. What's she doing?
At this part, she's like in like the kitchen area, and she's like cleaning up, helping everybody get everything ready from breakfast, like washing the dishes and whatnot.
So hi, how have things been going for you around here?
Busy. Like, now I know what my mom must have felt like with having 2 kids in the house, because it's like you can't keep anything clean.
I can see that.
Like as she's talking, like someone like walks by and like puts like a dish inside the bucket and like still has food on it. She's like, seriously? This is what I'm talking about.
So stressful but still good though, right?
Yeah. Yes, everything is good. Everybody here has been good to me, and Ava was telling us that, you know, you guys are well on the way of trying to find us some permanent place where we don't have to, you know, be out in the middle of an ocean.
Very true. What Are you gonna be done here soon?
She like kind of stops and she like just looks up at you. She's like, "What's on your mind?"
I could really use some stress relief.
She just, you're not really great with the whole subtlety thing, are you?
I might. Is there? I wish to tangle to relieve
Just
stress
you're,
between both. Huh?
just yeah, you were cuter before.
Before what? Did something?
Hey, she grabs a sponge out of the bucket and she throws it at you. She's like, "Help me finish these dishes."
Okay. He hops over the counter and starts helping.
What's Sophie doing?
Sophie is going to make sure we have plenty of first aid supplies, water, maybe have a change of clothes, just the typical go bag of stuff that we always need when we go out and do things.
Okay. Give me a battle roll. Let's see how well you prepare for this.
Well, it's gonna be successful, but how successful?
Dang.
She's been hanging out with X too long.
Right?
No, I had an automatic success on my next trait roll.
I know.
That's why.
I know. I'm just being funny, but you want to go be all serious.
Literal.
Like matter of fact, like no.
Actually.
I know it's going to be successful.
I'm done with you. I'm leaving. Goodbye.
You just got back.
Well, but I had to get some pizza.
Oh, well, I mean, I understand that.
It has pepperoni and bacon. You can't have it.
I could pick it off.
Or, hear me out here. Don't.
You know,
Crazy concept, I know.
I'm all that.
So yeah, so
Look
you
at it this
find...
way. For me, for you.
Yeah. Yeah. As long as you don't try ordering like some tofu pesto pizza or some shit where I gotta slap it out of your hand, we're good.
I'm not gonna put tofu on pizza.
I don't know what you crazy vegetarians do.
Tofu generally tastes like scrambled eggs, and I feel like that's a terrible thing to put on pizza.
To be fair, have you ever had egg on a pizza?
I've had breakfast pizza that was
Yeah.
like egg only and then cheese, but there was no standard pizza sauce. I feel like that.
No. You get it with pizza sauce too. It's actually really good. And an egg over easy.
No, I have not heard of that or done that.
It's good. You should try it one time.
So you should try. You should try my pickle pizza that I love so much.
Brittany gets pickle pizza
I
all
might.
the time.
Yes.
I still need to try that.
I mean, you come here, you can.
It's not really for me. It's not bad, but it's not pizza. And if I'm gonna order pizza, I want fucking pizza. It's kind of the way I look at
First
it.
time I tried it was at a joke, and then I was surprised that I enjoyed it.
I'm not surprised you enjoyed it. You fucking weirdo.
I love vinegar so much.
Burgers with eggs are also nice. All right, we're diverging here. So what is Felix doing? Well, before that, Sophie, yes, you find all the supplies you were looking for. Felix.
Felix is getting 2 laser rifles.
Felix is getting a laser rifle.
Sure.
The other containers that you have different assortments of assault rifles. But as far as the laser rifles go, you only have one other laser rifle.
Well, shit.
Um,
I have to ask my technomancer friends to reverse engineer this bullshit.
you could probably do that. You just wouldn't be able to take it with you if you're going to do that.
Yeah, I'll ask them to do it another moment, though.
Sure.
Blow it up.
Give me a D4, please.
Right. You can't just double click the ones down there and have it roll. I have to drag it.
Why?
Okay.
So you have a laser rifle and an AK-47.
Neato.
And they are going under your inventory, so you will have to carry these around with you if you plan on actually doing anything with them.
Baseball bat, laser rifle, AK, sledgehammer, fucking
I don't have a sledgehammer.
boxing gloves, brass knuckles.
I do have brass knuckles.
And a helmet.
I don't use the brass knuckles ever because they actually deal exactly the same amount of damage as Felix does barehanded.
All right.
Oh, it's alphabetical.
Yep.
I'm like, where's the AK-47?
Why didn't you put that at the bottom too, dickhead?
Why did it disappear?
Why you don't have tattoo?
I'm clearly missing a reference.
You are.
Oh, Idiocracy.
It is, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so anything else you're doing in the hour that you have to kill?
Funny enough, I also had the idea that he was going to go look for Echo.
How soon after
Pretty much it was going to be get the weapon and then go find Echo.
You already knew where the weapons were and everything, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then you would find Echo kind of in the kitchen area washing dishes with Tal.
Oh, hey Tal. Echo, I had a question. So, Willow, who is apparently frequently flying with us now, has never seen Kay before, and we're trying to find and rescue her from a potential gang of people that are just capturing women. Since she doesn't know what Kay looks like, I was wondering if you could pull a memory from my head to show her so she would know.
I don't see why not.
Thank you.
Like, when are you guys leaving?
He just kind of furrows his brow, looks at Tal.
Like an hour?
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna finish up here and then I'll come and find you.
Alright. Felix will
Wander off and leave. Them alone, completely unaware.
They're just doing dishes.
They're
Right.
doing dishes.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of fucking dishes.
And anything else you're doing after that?
I mean, he would probably, like, if Daigor and Kennen are awake now, just hang out with them or with Sophie, because I'm assuming X is just doing his working on things.
I don't know, we
Stuff
ain't got
alone.
to him yet. Maybe he is, maybe he ain't.
Mm-hmm.
X, what are you doing?
Working on my shit.
Wow.
So what are you trying to do specifically?
I rolled for it already. But he's grabbing all of his shuriken and trying to enchant those.
With teleport? Okay. You want to explain your idea here, or are you going to surprise me when you actually do it?
Makes sense.
I mean, I can think of 2 different ways that you would do that, and I'm sure there are probably more, but
So
you can just surprise me when you do it. It's fine. I think that'll be more fun.
yeah, let's go with that then.
Okay. So yeah, successful with a raise.
I don't think anything happens with a raise when you enchant the item. I think it's only when you cast it. But I don't know.
Well, it's like one page after another page after another page. It's like I keep clicking. It's like this here, this here, this here.
Mm-hmm. Word science is fun.
So much shit. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything for getting it with a raise.
Yeah.
But man, does it outline if you fuck up.
Yeah.
You do it right, they're like, yeah, whatever. Listen now, if you fuck this up though.
Did somebody say boom?
Okay. So yeah. So after 45 minutes or so, Echo finds you, Felix. And she's like, all right, so you want me to pull a thought of Kay out of your mind and show Willow?
Yeah, because kind of like how when you had Tal think of a meal from home and you were able to use your power to bring it out where we could all see it with an illusion. I was hoping we could do something similar where I would think of her and pull her out.
Yeah, we can do that. Are you good with it though?
Yeah, totally fine. Why?
I mean, you're gonna be good with seeing her standing in front of you. It can be it's a strong emotional thing. Like it's pulling from your head.
I fully recognize that it's going to be nothing but an illusion. And if anything, if she's not out there, at least I'd get to see her in front of me one more time, huh?
Yeah. Yep. I understand that notion probably too well.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. If you want, just have a seat.
Try to find Willow. Because he's like, oh, where is this girl?
Willow hears you calling. She's gonna be moving
Fucking
away.
hiding. Papa baby, little Elric. What a good evening.
Little Elric. Don't demean him like that.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm taller than Elric.
He's like, leave me alone.
Put me down.
Put me down. So, for brevity, she's already there. Everybody's already getting everything together and getting ready to head out. So she's already there. And, Nick was like, all right, Felix, just sit down and, think about Kay. Think of a time where you were really focusing on her.
Oh no.
Okay, let me rephrase this. Think of a time. think of a time where you were taking note of. There's no good way
Yeah,
to
we'll
do
do
this,
it
is
clothed.
there?
Yes. A
We-
clothed
yeah, what the
situation.
fuck?
You've
Of
got
course
it.
we're doing it. What?
I'm gonna go rescue his friend, guys.
Some friendships are more beneficial than others.
True.
Yep.
What?
Okay. Yeah.
She walks behind you and she puts her hands on your head, and she like pulls your head back and she's like, "I will end this so quick if she pops up naked."
Trust me, I don't want to show her naked to a teenage girl.
Okay,
Or to you.
thank you. And she's shaking her head yes. All right, focus on a clothed K in a teenage girl appropriate scenario so we could show Echo what she looks like. I shouldn't have to tell you these things.
You know, you didn't have to. It was just the first thing that came to mind when you were like, oh, a moment we were very focused on her. It's
Okay,
like,
focus.
Yep.
So what thought are you thinking about?
So it would be a moment, that was like when they were at Collins and everybody was just sitting around talking, and there's a moment where he just looks at her and she just kind of like flicks her hair to the side and she's laughing at something that Collins said, and then she just turns to Felix and she smiles, and that's gonna be about the whole memory.
With Echo focusing on this and trying to like just pull Kay's memory out, everybody around, all you see is Kay standing there, sort of facing away from everybody, and then she turns back and looks over her shoulder at Felix, and everybody has a clear view of her looking in this direction at this point, but she's looking through everybody else and looking directly at Felix. And then she gives a smile, and then really unnaturally just freezes in place.
Felix just... There's a brief moment of, like, while this is happening, he just looks at her and he smiles. It just, like, almost gives a brief wave. Sighs and just looks her over. Just, there's definitely pain in his eyes as he's hoping that this isn't it. These memories he has of her, that's not all that's left. She's there. She has to be.
And you hear Echo like, "You all right?"
Yeah.
All right, everybody. You got this image committed to your memory here? If you've seen her in the crowd, you'd be able to pick her out? Okay. And then there's just a flicker, and then Kay's gone.
Felix just tight smiles, nods a few times, looks away, and just kind of walks over and gives Echo a hug, and just, thank you.
Yeah, she gives you a hug back, and then like she kind of pulls away and like squeezes your shoulder, and she's like, "Listen, cherish her memory. And if she's out there, you'll find her. But don't expect to find her. Let it be a happy accident if she is. And make sure you get everybody back here.
I will.
She kind of like pats you on the face. She's like, all right. I guess my job is done here, so I'm going to head back up, and I will see all of you back here later, right?
Right.
Right? She's like pointing at X.
Are we all there?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I said. You guys were getting everything together at that point, so you would all be in that one area. Because otherwise, I couldn't feasibly see Willow coming to Felix's beck and call. Like, it made more sense that you were already all there. Finna, you were getting everything loaded in. So yeah, you all were there. You all seen that happen.
Right.
Oh, fucker.
And then she says, "You're all gonna be back here later." And she's like looking for everybody to give her fucking confirmation.
X like is nodding as he's like piling stuff into the raft, and he's like, "Still making good on that promise, right?"
Yep. Sophie? You're gonna be back here later, right? Tal?
Yeah, as long as I don't die or anything, yeah.
That's
Oh,
That was in character, if you're wondering. That massive face palm.
okay. Felix, make sure he makes it back alive.
Will do.
And then she starts heading back up.
Hey, let's go. Now starts heading for the boat. Or the hovercraft, whichever.
Yeah, I guess I should clarify that. What did you guys? What vessel are you taking? Are you taking like the speedboat that you got back from the people? Are you taking one of the hovercrafts?
we're taking one of the hovercrafts because the speedboat we just brought back is basically on empty.
That's the yacht.
Oh, that's a yacht?
Yeah, the
We
yacht's
have
on
a yacht,
empty.
we have a
Speedboat?
speedboat,
Where did
and
we
we
get a
have.
speedboat?
Remember
Remember?
Remember
No.
the
Racist
cow?
motherfuckers?
the
Gotta
people?
empty some
Oh.
legs.
Right. Yeah, toss
The
some
le-
legs. Got it.
The leg boat.
Leg
The
boat.
leg boat.
Got it. Okay.
The
Yeah.
leg boat, that means we can just take it on land, right? It's just gonna start running.
I hate that.
I love that.
I hate the image that they just no. I just mm-mm.
It's got like 8 pairs of legs, they rotate like tires.
I hate
Maybe,
it even
Like,
more
taken
now.
to the ground.
And they make horse clapping noises.
No, it sounds like
Sounds like a wet slap.
okay, so Cliff, how is the fuel gauge on the speedboat then? Because if we're trying to do a recon mission, we want to have speed and safety and enough space to fit 5 people comfortably. And
So I would say, and if anybody else disagrees with me, please speak up. I would say that the other members of the settlement should have some basic understanding of how to fill up the fuel gauge and everything at this point. And they have the means to fill it up because you guys brought back the gas.
Mm-hmm.
So I would assume that like everything except for the yacht is probably kept in decent running condition as far as fuel is concerned.
Is there any like extra gallons sitting to the side anywhere? Because if we're going to be looking for land after this, we might need
Maybe
some
grab a
more
jerry
gas.
can so we've got some fuel. Yeah.
I mean,
Good
seems
idea.
how Sophie is a master strategist, I'm assuming that she would have already prepared for that and had that ready.
Of course. Essential items.
So yeah, I'd say you could probably do that.
Okay. Before we go, X is going to try to find John Doe.
Okay.
Pulling Felix along as well.
Felix follows unquestioningly.
We need to set up for another team to possibly go get more gas for the bigger boat. But I think I heard them talking about it needing a specific type.
Diesel.
And yeah, Felix would know more about that than I do. I don't know if it's doable, but if it is, can you maybe get a group together?
So is it going to be like we did last time? We're going to have to find one of those things under the ground and bring it up?
Technically, it might not even be that difficult considering diesel is identical to home heating fuel.
He's just looking at you blankly, like...
Yeah, so is X.
Like he says that, and then he he's just like looking confident for a moment, and then he looks over and he realizes like, oh yeah, John don't know this, and he looks at X and he's like, X doesn't know this, and he's like,
Yeah, so we could technically go into some of the standalone like human homes, and we should be able to pull out the oil drum that's used for heating the home. So those wouldn't be underground, they would just be in a house.
Under the water?
Yeah, still under the water, but at least it's not underground this time. Don't have to spend all that time trying to manipulate concrete to get it out. Granted, each one of those would be less, it's just less difficult to get to.
But if it's not underground, how is it surviving in the water?
It's in a drum. Ooh. I don't really know how it would seal, so maybe not. You're right.
And this D-cell fuel, how will we know? Is there like does it have a different tank?
It would have a different tank. I'm not sure about how it would be stored underground. Perhaps where you can see the tops of the containers from outside. Remember how there was that like metal disc that we knew like, okay, it's right under here. They might be labeled differently so that before all this happened, the delivery drivers would know where to put each one. Generally things that are green at a gas station, like, are the diesel. So
Life
if there's...
magic.
What?
Huh?
What?
What'd you say?
Things that are labeled with a green color at a gas station, one of the fueling places, are usually diesel.
Oh, that's not what green normally means for us. I don't know what color diesel would be for us.
You probably don't use it. It sounds like you guys don't utilize fossil fuels in the Great Garden.
Oh, some of the necromancers do.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe we should talk to them because they know about fossils way more than we do.
Oh no, it's not. No, it isn't an actual fossil. It's like millions of year-old creatures that have just decayed into soup, and that's what we use for fuel. It's not renewable at all or efficient, but that's what we use.
How did your people last this long?
I don't know.
He just turns and looks at X.
Maybe.
Yeah, we can get a scouting team together and try to figure something out.
Or possible scouting teams that are planned. Maybe look for the green cans while you're out there.
Yeah, we'll just bring some of the humans with us.
Okay, that works.
Do the little ones know how to do this?
No. They wouldn't. I mean, maybe, like, the more close to, like, Willow's age-ish ones. But older than that.
Why do we have so many of them here? They don't do anything.
Because if we didn't, they would be dead.
Okay. But
I'm planning on training some of them. So.
I think Daigor said something about they know how to shoot, so there was some kind of training
No.
that was... No,
They
no
don't know how to shoot.
Well, I mean, obviously they need more training in that area. That's what we're saying, is that we're going to give them... They're never going to learn if they don't...
What I'm saying is they've never operated a gun. They've never held a gun. Sometimes humans make toys that are shaped like guns, and that's the closest thing they've ever experienced.
Wait, yeah, but we don't have time for toys. Like, they need to learn the real thing.
Let's focus on the human adults first, teaching them to shoot. How's that?
Wait, they don't know either?
It's not a normal thing to know.
And then where are you from?
when we get to land and we get settled, we can start training.
Okay. Yeah. So
Maybe,
I'll take some of the adult humans, and I'll grab one of the scouting parties, and we'll go find some D-cell fuel, and we will make sure that you want us to get more of those cans and fill them up?
Yes.
Perfect.
cans and containers so we can start storing everything we have here.
Yeah, really any sort of container will work. Like, sure, those ones were convenient in there. But any heavy-duty plastic should be able to handle it.
Okay. Sounds easy enough.
And in case you were never informed or don't know, it's incredibly flammable, so be careful. Yeah.
He's just standing there nodding at you guys.
Alright, appreciate it. We'll be back in however long as it takes us to find land.
There's land all over. What do you mean?
Dry land.
Yeah, like it was before the flood.
Well, if we could figure out a way to get rid of this thing.
That too.
Hmm.
Has anyone tried to figure out what it is, other than floating orb of water that pulls water up and pushes down.
Well, when we were told the story of the dragon getting sucked into it and then turned into just mist, most people have stayed away from it. But I could send like a scouting party to it. We could fly near it and see what happens.
I say we let Ava and Tal discuss that sort of thing, considering we don't know that much.
Ooh, what if we use some of the kids and then that way they can have a purpose?
Please stop trying to murder the children.
I'm not trying to murder the children. I'm just trying to make them useful to the settlement. What if they figure out something great about this and then they will be...
They don't know much. They are children.
Al comes walking up. Hey, what's taking so long?
We got sidetracked. They're gonna start looking for fuel for the big boat. We're gonna go look for Kay, then look for land. When we get out of here, we're gonna start training the kids and everyone up in combat.
Oh, gonna do some gun training with the kids finally?
For the record,
Self-defense.
the kids don't know how to shoot guns is what Felix is saying. I was lied to.
What? You said that they... Oh, they have the little training guns when they're kids, and then...
They're not even training guns.
And
We
they
don't
get home.
train children for combat.
Felix is saying they've never even used a training gun before.
It's a toy that is shaped like a gun that shoots foam darts that don't even hurt unless you get it in the eye, and that sucks, but
That's what she said.
Okay, well, they can't shoot. Maybe they can be used for some other ways.
No, I already tried. I got declined on everything.
you need them to get into smaller spaces that somebody larger can't. Sure.
Then you just shrink.
Yeah.
Right. Essence things.
When you
They're the next
Guys.
generation. How's that?
Of what?
Well, I don't know. Like, I'm kind of hoping this isn't the complete end of the fucking world. Society progresses after we make it through this mess.
Oh, you don't have to worry about that. Aberrant children are much more capable.
Yeah.
Can we please stop trying to kill the children?
Nobody is trying to kill the children, Felix. We are
Axel
just
put his
trying.
hands on Felix's shoulders and start walking back, and he'll look back he's like, "We'll train them like I'm training Willow."
That's all I'm asking. Like, fucking Doe wants to whip him in the fucking ball of doom in the sky. Like, what the hell?
Willow, you know how to shoot, right?
Did Willow follow too? Everybody just piled out of the boat. Like, what the fuck are you guys doing?
Sophie's just wrapping the boat like the. Of course we're up again. What the fuck?
Sophie's in the boat by herself. It's been like 10 minutes. She's like,
Leaving without you, fuckers. I have to go die now. It's fine.
see Sophie just fucking with a middle finger in the air. Like, yeah, there she goes.
And boating roll for that right now.
Sure, why not?
I
Willow's
was-
there too. She's like, I'm good with a bow.
Which shoots, right?
Uh-huh.
There you go. So X will teach them the kids how to shoot when he gets back, you know. There we go.
So we like
We're
gonna go
leaving.
find Felix's dead girlfriend or what?
X that's sliding down the ladder.
He's just kind of shaking his head and he's going down the ladder. He goes, I don't know
How many times I have to tell you she's not my girlfriend?
So you're admitting she's dead?
No. I'm hopeful that she's not dead.
So that you can ask her to be your girlfriend.
No. Because I care about her because she's one of my best friends. And it's like if you went missing. I don't have romantic intentions to ask you out if I found you after saving you.
You sure about that?
Yes.
You hear that, Tal? You're not good enough for Felix.
God. That... Oh my god, this child.
It's hard to live up to a superhero standards.
I'm not attracted to men.
For the record, Tal, I think you're very attractive.
Thank you, Mr. Eck.
You're hearing like the tail end of this conversation, Sophie.
Is this what took you so long? Like, what? I don't even want to know. Are you ready now?
We're ready. They were just talking about training children to shoot and stuff. I don't know.
Felix just looks crestfallen and annoyed, and he just like shakes his head as he's getting on the boat.
Okay.
We're good.
Okay. Well, we're taking the speedboat. That means Sophie's driving because she's the only one who can drive a boat.
Yes.
Yay. Can't you? Oh.
Here we go! Boom! Into the building.
There we go. That took a long ass time to show up. Did it.
Did great. So, at this point, feel free to spend a Benny to correct me, but you guys didn't say you were taking a tow behind and you didn't make the efforts to put a tow behind on the speedboat. So you're going out.
Get the size
We
of
wouldn't
it?
have taken a vehicle that wouldn't have fit more than just the individuals going on it. I don't think.
Nope, you specifically said that fits 5 people comfortably.
Right, and who's coming with us?
Well, if we saved Kay, and then there's Willow, and we don't know how many other women have been captured, are we gonna just leave them?
We're going to liberate
We have
them.
room.
We're gonna hold the lottery.
Sophie was thinking strategically.
Oh.
That battle roll, she'd be ready, and she had plenty of extra time while these guys were off doing who knows what the fuck.
So during that time, Sophie put the tow behind on it and got everything ready?
Absolutely, she did.
Okay, there we go. Because you could fit more people in the boat, right?
It's just a little difficult, and there's some penalties.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You got it. So it wouldn't be like you guys got there and I'd be like, sorry, max capacity is 5.
That's fine. We have Mr. Elemental Manipulator who can just...
What am I going to do? Stretch the boat?
No, you can walk back.
You can walk back.
Is it really considered 6 people if all 5 of us are in the same spots and we have an extra K on like Felix's lap?
Or Willow can just transform into her little fox shape and just be on X's shoulders like she is half the time anyway.
Right, yeah.
But would she do
for
that
like a
when she
couple
doesn't want
minutes?
Felix happy anyways?
If it's more comfortable for her.
You gotta, there's a power limit? Like, you can't just maintain that for hours?
Listen.
Hey, how about you try turning yourself into a fox and you let me know how it is, okay? Okay. So
Well, I guess that would be an unskilled roll.
you don't even have the power. That'd be a really unskilled roll.
Unknown roll.
Right. I'm not even gonna let you do it because you'll pass the fucking roll.
Yeah, she would.
She'll be like, look, it's easy. Look, I'm a fox. Like, fuck you.
Not so difficult. I don't know what your problem is.
Okay. Y'alls, hit me with the game plan.
First off, Tal, my idea has me and you expending our entire limit to get as much scouting done as possible.
Okay.
Considering we are only planning on scouting unless we find information. What do you think?
I'm guessing that you're going to be trying to maintain us being invisible. And what am I doing?
Fly. We're not going
Okay.
to go knocking on doors or going into the buildings. I make one invisible. You send them up into the air. They look in the buildings real quick, look through windows, see what they can see as we're driving by.
Okay. I feel like we would know if it's being occupied or not, being which ones have boats outside of them.
We've parked boats inside of some of them before, the ones we can fit in, but if we want to narrow down our search to that, and like X looks over at Felix.
I mean, signs of life first. So, like, obviously, if we can externally tell that there's people there, yeah, check there.
Right.
Okay, because I don't know about you, but that initial push of energy to make someone invisible is the hardest part for me. After that, maintaining it is pretty easy. So if it's going to be back to back, we search one area, come back and search another, that's going to be multiple pushes of energy on my part. I think I can only do it about 3 times.
Okay, so we could do a full look around first, identify which places potentially we're going to further investigate, and then plan from there a direction to try to get it all in
So
one swift movement.
we're going to take 2 trips. First one to identify where to look, second one to scout.
I mean, I figured we could just go down, circle back.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. Okay, I thought you were saying, like, all right, and then tomorrow we scout. I was like, yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
You're doing great, big guy.
Just to piss her off, he's gonna reach over and ruffle her hair.
X here, like,
kinda,
reaching behind to, like, pull out her fucking survival knife.
X like kind of stares at him.
He just kind of chuckles and he shakes his head. He goes,
Oh, I can't mess with you now. You mess with us all the time.
Yeah, but I don't mess up your hair.
he just kind of leans forward. He goes,
You can. What smells like beef jerky?
You do smell like beef jerky, though.
I don't see it, but whatever.
Well, you can't see a scent. Isn't that a medical condition?
I meant, it doesn't smell like that to me.
I mean, I'm sure a turd doesn't think it smells like a turd. You're the turd.
I figured.
There are sentient turds?
No.
Yeah, you're looking at one.
I thought he was beef jerky.
Smells like beef jerky.
Oh.
Oh my gosh.
So,
So,
one trip, we see signs of life, scope it out as we pass by, trying to conserve time, right?
right.
If I run out of energy before then, the risk factor just goes up.
Understood.
Okay, who's our best scout?
I think that would be either you, Willow, or Sophie's got a good eye.
Yeah, but she's driving.
Yeah, she is.
And I'm just a kid, so.
And life is life. Yeah. I don't think that your being a teenager really affects this too well, considering your skill level. You know how to take care of yourself. You've more than proven that.
Yep.
Hell, you're like, what, a year or two younger than Tao? How old are you? 16? 17, Willow?
I don't know how to answer that.
See, I don't know. Yes to...
What year were you born?
I mean,
That doesn't...
technically 16, but really?
But really, like 17
17?
because experience, because time dilation? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that just makes you a couple years younger than Tal. I don't see him as a kid, so... As long as you're not feeling like you can't do something, I don't see the issues. Still put yourself too much fucking danger. Unnecessary. No. I can't with this. Yeah. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Don't push it. Yeah.
Everybody just stares at each other awkwardly for a few minutes.
Yeah.
Max just like leans back in his seat there. I'm good.
Hey, Axe, why don't you, like, tell us some of those things you're thinking? Make the time pass by faster.
Everyone knows. Everyone else should be thinking it too. Lucky. Lucky I'm here. Right?
Keep going.
I feel pretty
Thanks.
fortunate, you know.
Do not.
You're gonna
If this
distract
continues,
the driver.
no. Could you?
You can turn this boat around.
Sorry, Mom.
Not gonna say anything.
Your mother's here.
It's a joke.
Is she invisible too?
It's a joke.
Oh, right. You were talking about Miss Sophie. Yeah. Sorry, Mom.
She reaches over for like a high five.
No, see, but you gotta like put into a fist, and then we like punch fist, and then like fist each other. There you go. Yeah. We don't fist each other. Oh,
We
right.
we could do that.
Yeah. We
I guess,
not
like,
fist each other.
Leans over. He's like, you don't fist each other.
Fist bump. Keep telling you, it's a fist bump.
Fist bump. Yes.
You can fist
Felix.
you can fist Felix all you want.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
You cannot fist
Tell me how to
Felix.
fist. Yeah.
Telling you that's not what we do is.
Fist bump because we don't fist each other, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr.
Rumor
Felix.
has it around like the settlement area that Felix loves a good fisting.
No.
He does. Like he's like when he's happy, we just
Just put it in there.
right on in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so bad. Willow, stop doing this to him.
Oh my god. X like pulls up his cowl to cover his eyes. I think I'm crying.
So where are you guys driving the boat?
South.
Strip. South.
South.
Only south.
Are you like going straight up like the strip, like right down the middle, or like what's the?
I think we learned our lesson about going down the middle of the strip.
Did we?
We know.
Was there an
You guys
issue
learned
the last
any-
time we did it?
When we went down the center, there was kind of fish goblins from each side
Yeah, but they didn't do anything to us.
throwing spears and shit. Okay.
That was when you were. That's when you were like pulling
That's
out
when
of
we
the.
were leaving.
the area,
not when we
yeah.
were-
Okay.
So, probably somewhere we haven't directly been recently, though.
You tell me.
That's what Sophie would be thinking. Like, we've already been in this area. We know, like, we were just down here not that long ago. This is what we found there. So what if we try this street or something?
Well, I mean, the
Thinking
idea
we-
was going further than you guys have been.
Okay.
So it's not like you're
Then-
revisiting the same areas and just like doing donuts. Like you're
Donuts in the corpses. How would an off-board motor even handle that?
It'd be like an immersion blender.
Wow.
Allie, Jesus Christ!
I mean, so
Brings me back to that toxic environment comment from when we were on the phone.
Oh my god. You just say things sometimes.
I mean, but she's not wrong. So, but that's actually what I was gonna ask.
Here's your eviction notice.
That's what I was gonna ask you though. Is that so the motor? That's gonna be a little bit rough on the motor once you start getting into the thick of things. So I don't necessarily say you can't do it, but I'm thinking that you would probably have to throttle it a little bit harder than normal to make sure that it can cut through everything.
Wouldn't the front of the boat, like, push things, just kind of, like, work as a wedge and kind of, like, clear a little... I mean, they do go under as well.
Well, I mean, the entire shape of a boat is built to push things around it. So yeah, so it definitely would, but I mean, like, it's a body? So, like, you know, if a body's pushed around, you know, an arm could be out and it kind of swirls around and gets hit by it and it's not so much that...
This reminds me of a story of a girl I went to middle school with. She was kayaking and she got ran over by a drunk man driving a speedboat and lost her arm.
Right, see? So things like that happen.
It happens.
And what I was going to say is...
It's okay,
honestly,
Paige had a good mind about it. She's fine. She's still super high in spirits and all that. She's great.
She probably gives killer hand jobs. So it's not so much the body parts that cause issues. Ironically, it would be the clothing that would cause more issues than anything.
Yeah.
Because like a finger or a hand, that'll just get chopped off. That's whatever. But a shirt, cotton, man.
Lock it up. Okay, so, yeah. I guess we gotta be aware of buoys and go somewhere else. Like, fine.
You can just keep it constant speed. I don't know. They're getting around over there in a speedboat, so...
Yeah, you guys did get that boat from that area. So like I said, it can get through it. It's just...
We got this boat from the hospital when we rescued her parents.
Mm-hmm.
And not this area where there was a bunch of bodies.
There
were bodies, though.
were bodies.
I didn't think they were as densely packed as was
well, they weren't,
described
because
on the
the
strip.
populace isn't as densely packed as the strip, but like they're still getting around, is what I'm saying. So you know.
Yeah. All right. Well, then I guess. Guess we see how well we can do. Just going. Are we going straight down the strip, guys? Because. I mean, it's the most direct route from here to.
It would give us eyes on both sides to try to figure out which buildings to check out.
Right.
Alex, do you think that would be the wisest decision for time and effort?
Down the middle of the strip, so we can only take one trip.
Yep, makes sense.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm gonna need you guys to keep an eye on the motor. Make sure nothing gets wrapped up in it. Because if we...
Understood.
Yeah.
Gearhead do gearhead things.
Cool. That's what we do then.
Okay. So you guys are heading to the strip. I'm assuming once you get past that area that you were in, you're gonna start surveying everywhere. Are you planning on using any of your powers, like, constantly, or is it going to be one of those things, like, that you're only going to use it if you need to?
I think we agreed only when we start to find stuff are we going to activate some powers.
Yep.
Okay. Then let's go ahead and have a little fun with this. Sophie, give me a boating roll with a -2, please.
Let's just try that again.
I think that's a good idea. Much better.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember what Sophie's wound is.
I don't fucking know.
Felix,
Mhm.
can I have a repair roll, please?
And again.
There we go.
Better.
That's better.
All right. Tal, what are you going to be doing for the majority of this once you guys get down there?
I'm looking for any side of boats, activity, people, anything that would suggest that there is potentially people in a building or area
Okay.
or threats.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a notice roll. And X, what are you doing?
Same thing as Tal. Just looking around as we ride through this area.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a notice. Okay. Tal, give me a common knowledge roll at a -2. Okay. All right. So
Let's try one more.
what's that?
I'll try one more.
Okay.
Yay!
Okay. Perfect. So as you guys are driving through, you get to the first hotel area where you initially seen the boat. And around that time is when everybody kind of gets on high alert. I'm going to pause for 1 second. Around what time did you guys leave initially?
If the light cycle was accurate, then I'd say it would probably be like 10:30 or 11.
10:30. We woke up at 8. It took an hour to talk and get everything done. Then an hour and a half after we were done talking, we left at 10:30.
Okay. Then you guys would be around this point. It would be around 11:30 noonish, depending on how well the boat's doing. So you guys get to the area where that first hotel was. You guys are on high alert, looking around. Sophie, you have a little bit of trouble with getting the boat through everything, so you have to throttle it a little bit harder than you thought you were going to have to keep it going. Like you're adding way more force to it just to maintain the same pace. And as you start going through, Tal, you notice that there are some of the fish goblin things on some of the roof, and you see them like running along the roof like with the boat as it's going through, but most of them, like once you guys are out of the sight, like they head back into like the buildings, and as you guys get about 3/4 of the way down the strip, you see on the left-hand side one of those black boats that is parked at the outside of one of the hotels. The casinos and everything are mostly on your right at this point, and then that there's some actual like of the standalone hotels on the left, and you see it's parked outside of there, but you do not see any sign of movement or anything at the moment.
Oh, tap X on the arm and point to that area.
I think there's people here.
Did you just crit fail?
Yeah.
I saw you wince for the first one and then laugh with the second. I was like, oh, buddy. Napping on the job, eh? Good look out there.
So far, this is probably the most likely.
All right. And X will stand up and I guess I'll check it out.
Oh no!
Damn it!
Did you stop
We
that?
don't
Right?
even have an active dumb luck.
Or don't. He just make himself glow or something? Just like something to make his presence more.
Everybody on the boat, go ahead and give me a vigor roll.
I am not good at those.
Okay. Okay. Oh, okay.
We got this. We're good.
Yeah.
Except for Tal.
You know what? This is something that's happening directly from X, and Tal's right there getting ready to cast Fly on him. It wouldn't even make sense that he's prepared for what is about to happen. So I'm not even going to re-roll that.
Felix is
Alright.
just a shipwreck house, and it's just like, he's like looking at the engine still, like looking around, but like making sure nothing's happening there. He's just like, what just happened?
You see the runes on X start to glow like they do, and they start off with just like a white color, and then all of a sudden they turn like this teal, and for a brief second, Tal, you feel the hair on your arm begin to stand up, and this arc of electricity shoots off of X onto you, electrocuting you. Tal, you're going to get 1 wound from this. And X begins to glow from his runes. He is lighting. He is becoming his own light source as he is emitting light from all his runes. What's the duration on invisibility?
A minute.
All right.
Good thing it's daytime.
So yeah, you feel like this staticky feeling, and then everybody, you hear this like arc of electricity, this, and then you'd hear Tal like wince from it.
You okay?
He just, like, he hits the ground and he's smoking.
Oh, shit. X will like take a knee. That did not go how it was supposed to.
Ah.
And you guys hear the sound of the other boat's engine start up. And you see it take off from where it's at.
Okay. So that's either not their main hideout, or they're going out scouting and didn't notice us.
What?
Felix is gonna kneel beside Tal and put a hand on his back and be like, Tal, can you hear? Are you okay?
It's loud ringing. What happened?
The other boat drove away. So either that's not the main place they're staying, or they're heading out to scout and they didn't see us.
Okay, well, hurry up and follow them. Stealthily if possible.
I don't think there's much of a stealth in a speedboat, Tal.
Okay, well, let's hurry up and get to them so we can question them.
Okay.
X, do you think that's smart to try to track down the boat people? Like Tal is suggesting, it doesn't feel like the right choice to me.
If they just took off, this wasn't their base.
Or they didn't see us.
It'd kind of be hard to miss right now.
Yeah.
We got the human lighthouse over here.
We are following.
So,
Does Sophie like gun it, or does Sophie just like continue at the same pace she's kind of been going?
For the most part, continue, because she doesn't want to get stuck on corpses. But, like, it's gonna depend on how far the other boat gets. Like, if it gets where they can't see or hear it. She wants to avoid it getting to the point where they can't see or hear it, so.
What direction is the boat
It's continuing
traveling?
south.
Are they continuing south? Okay.
Perfect.
Allie, you just gave me the most nondescript answer in the world. It was such a circle
Moderately
answer.
fast.
She's not gunning it to catch them at the moment. She's keeping a safe distance, but maintaining a speed to which we will not get caught on the bodies.
Yeah.
Yeah, what she said.
Fastish slow, or
Right.
slowish fast, if you will.
So simply put, are you speeding up any from the pace you were going?
Not yet.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, so you continue and you're seeing that they are, they're definitely gunning it. So they're going fast. And they get a couple hundred feet ahead of you, and then they take a sharp right turn behind a building.
Okay. What is the corpse density like at this point?
It's like not. There's not a lot, but there's not a little. There's a good deal amount, right? But there's not like a lot of them. But there's not a little bit amount of them either. There's bodies though.
Okay.
No, it's fairly dense. Like it's you're at like the heart of the strip. So pretty much this whole area has had a pretty consistent density of like as many as you can fit.
Okay.
If you ran fast enough, you'd make it.
Right? Yeah. You just got to do it barefoot.
It's like running on logs. You're fine.
Bloated, squishy logs, slippery, squishy, slimy logs.
Decomposing logs, yes. Allie's like, I need a moment Please hold.
This bitch can't be taking off her fucking headset like she didn't just say immersion blender bodies 10 minutes ago.
Listen, sometimes the things that come out of my mouth are not thought at all.
There's no processing of them before they exit her mouth sometimes.
Not the worst one recently, for sure.
It's like, oh, immersion blender body, no problem. Bloated corpses, that's where I draw the line.
No, but like the thought of running barefoot on them and just, ugh. No. Yeah, so,
Just feeling that slight tackiness of your feet as it leaves.
Yeah. Okay, then if they are gunning it, and the boat seems to be doing okay so far in the corpses, Sophie is going to increase speed a little bit.
We don't want to lose them, so.
Okay, but also... Fuck
But
it.
can we, like,
Fine.
weave
let's
between a
fucking
building
go.
because they just went to the other side of one? I don't know.
She's like, all right, all right.
How about you fly up there and look?
Miss Sophie, Mr. Felix is afraid of heights.
Everyone,
Yes.
stop. Sophie, follow in their path. It should be clearer. Go faster.
Yeah.
All right.
That's what we do.
Sophie, give me another boating roll with a -2. Everybody else, give me a notice roll, please.
We gonna try that again.
You don't have to.
No, but I'm trying that again.
Better. Not better.
One more time.
Go, Sophie. Go, Sophie. Go. Go. Fuck.
Oh, those D4s, I never know what it actually lands on. And then I saw that one.
I think with X advice she should get a +1, but that's just me.
You think
Not
with
that it
what?
would help her here. With X's advice of staying in the wake, she should get a +1. I was just joking because I'm not
All right,
the DM.
last time.
Sophie. Oh.
Whoa, 0. Okay. I fail.
Okay. So, Sophie, you're doing your best to try to get in their wake to be able to follow. But unfortunately, the opposite side of their wake is the bodies that are being pushed in, and you trying to cut over. It's almost like a car trying to change lanes in the snow. Like you have to go over that hump of snow to get into the clear carved out of the lanes, except for instead of snow, it's bodies.
Yeah.
So as you hit it, you feel the engine smack against a few things, the propeller, and then you hear it start to go woo, 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 like it's getting caught up on something. Felix.
Mm-hmm.
Tal and Felix, you both notice that the building that the boat turned past was Rushkoff's.
Lit.
Felix, hearing the motor going like that, and then you see that this is Rushkoff's building. What dominates your focus?
The boat. The boat dominates the focus. There's a moment of noticing the building, noticing that's what they turned behind. The realization of, this motherfucker didn't. Pissed. acknowledges fully the engine, and then he's just gonna call out, "Kill it!" Because he gotta stop the engine before it breaks itself. So he can free up the propellers and we can start moving again.
Do you listen, Sophie?
Yes.
Okay. So you kill the engine, and everything's quiet for a second, and then all of a sudden you start hearing this whining sound of like machinery, followed by the sound of rapid fire bullets. As you look towards the top of Rushkoff's building where the helicopter pad used to be, and you see someone sitting on a mounted turret that has begun firing at you with a full cylinder minigun.
This is excellent.
And that's where we're going to end it at for the night.
Yep, of course it is. Also, way to make me a liar. Earlier, when I was like, we'll still be streaming when it's April.
I mean, we could still stay on for 15 more minutes. That's easy. But
That's just an early April Fool's joke that he made you a liar.
I just don't think that it would be wise to continue with the story at this point.
Oh, yeah, no, this is a good place to stop.
Because I don't see whatever happens next being resolved in a 15-ish minute time frame.
No, probably not.
So yeah, not to mention, what a fucking what a way to start off episode 52, the 1 year anniversary.
Mm-hmm.
Back where it started.
With fucking Rushkoff.
Back at Rushkoff's building.
Uh-huh. I'm sure there's no connection to the man himself.
It's gonna be Mecha Rushkoff.
That's the worst kind.
Could have taken it to April 1st, killed one of them off as a cliffhanger, and then opened up next week with an, oh, that was April Fool's. See, but killing one of them off is not as easy as it sounds off the rip, right? Like, you gotta do a lot to kill one of them. Sophie and X would be the easiest right now because they already have a wound, and then I only gotta hit them with like 3. But like, Felix, I'd have to hit with 5 right off the bat. Tal healed himself, so I'd have to hit him with 4 right off the bat to even make it believable. That's just a lot of work. Unless I just do like the...
fucked if you killed off Sophie and then we can't drive or anything.
I mean, she is at the front of the boat.
Bye, Sophie.
Tao, who can make us fly. Tao, who can make us teleport. X has his things.
Heathcliff, I did not read your card yet because if I go into Discord while doing this, then all the cameras are going to freeze. So I'll have to check it out afterwards. But I seen you played a monster card, and it's episode 52 next week, so, whatever you played, maybe they're inside that building. Maybe that's the culprit.
I am scared.
Oh, you just did it on the card itself? No, I didn't even see. I didn't even think to look there. So I clicked on your suggest a creature card, and it was like the topmost one on my list. And as I did it, my screen refreshed, and I actually clicked on the Friends with Benny card, and it just said information Sophie. So I thought I was clicking on suggest a creature, and then the card read Sophie, and I'm like,
Okay.
Like we were talking about like having the facsimiles and stuff like that, and then Sophie, I was like, how can I work that into the story? And then I realized it wasn't that.
Oh.
But I mean,
Let's see Felix going.
Oh, that
Knock
is
out a
kind of
Sophie.
mean, dude. That's kind of mean of you to do.
uh-oh.
But I'm kind of there with you. Kind of.
Rushkov is gonna have like a leashed up freaking fish goblin mama or something.
No. Like we're on the same wavelength with that one, actually. Like,
That is terrifying.
I mean, it's Heathcliff, so the second I saw him play it with what was happening, my brain kind of had an assumption of what it was.
you don't. I don't think you do. Go ahead and give me your thing, and I'll let you know how if you're close.
A doppel.
No. Nah, that's boring, bro. We taking it to the next level on everything we do.
Oh,
Already
yes,
did the whole
copy of K.
already did the whole doppelganger thing with Tao's mind and shit.
Yeah.
But a proper
We
doppel.
don't need to do that again.
Would it really be different?
So yeah. So that'll be fun. I don't think it's gonna come up on the next episode, so you guys don't have to worry though about that. You probably should still worry, just not about that. You know what I mean? Like the other
Gotta
stuff
be
that's
something
going on.
that flies. Like that's my thought. It's got to be something that flies.
What if it's
Because
like
if it'll,
a giant fly? Like Jeff Goldblum.
That doesn't fly.
Just think Jeff Goldblum at the end of Fly. That's actually really fucking terrifying.
It is.
I have no idea.
Google it.
Mm-mm.
Like, there's something visceral and like disgusting about like 80s movie effects, like when they used to actually do like the claymation, where they would do like the dissolve effects and they would use like the real props and like make it all like the eyeballs melting and shit like that. That's kind of how it is. So the whole premise of the movie Fly is that Jeff Goldblum, I think he's making a teleporting machine, and when he tests it out, a fly ends up getting into it with him, and it meshes his DNA with the fly's DNA, and he starts transforming into this fly monster. And then at the very end of it, he's fucking devolved so badly that like he's becoming a monster, and he can't control like the human urges anymore, and his body parts are falling off and shit as he's becoming like a giant human-sized fly. And he's talking to the woman that he loves, and he's like, "Kill me." It's fucking terrifying.
Nice.
That's yeah.
These are the movies I used to watch when I was a kid. It's weird that I turned out so fine.
Yeah.
About
So well adjusted. and
No problems whatsoever.
I mean,
It's a bathroom
sure.
rug infested with maggots. Exactly. That's
no,
what the.
God, that I did not need to hear that out loud. I already read it. I saw the meme.
You know what's
I
fucked
didn't
up
need
though, right? So I was on YouTube one day and I was just looking through shit, and that like popped up on my recommended videos to watch. It's like
What kind of fucked up
rug
shit are you
filled.
watching?
I don't watch anything like that. Like I don't like ASMR shit because it annoys the fuck out of me. Like I don't like repetitive noises and like women that are like that's a big thing, and I'm like, fuck, stop, that's annoying. So I don't like ASMR. I don't watch any of that shit, and I don't watch maggots, and I don't watch anything to do with rugs. So I'm not sure why this showed up on my list of things, but it was like on there, and I was like, why the fuck would anybody want to watch that? And then I was
Yeah,
like,
that was-
refresh. And then like 2 days later, it's in Discord of someone posting it.
So glad I haven't seen it.
It popped up on my list too, and it's like, okay, YouTube, you should know that is the furthest from anything I would want to watch.
He's like, YouTube, let's talk, okay? Yeah, I don't. They must be paying good money for promotion or something, because I have no idea the fuck that popped up on my feed. But it did. And I was like, no, I don't think I want to do that.
Mhm.
So I was watching it, right? And no, I'm joking. I didn't see it.
Eating a bowl of cereal while you're watching it.
Yeah, exactly. I was eating macaroni. So I don't sure what the big deal is. But yeah. Well, I don't want to raid out to the Svenster again. So, let's see who else is on. Is Critical Role on a break already?
Last Thursday of every month they take off.
Because they're doing the Exandria Unlimited.
Are they?
Yeah. Part 1.
Heard that was Dookie.
I don't know.
I'm gonna pretend I didn't just read the last message Heathcliff sent, though.
Ever since Lost Boys maggots make me think of rice.
Yeah.
Somebody who eats a lot of rice, I'm just gonna pretend I didn't.
Should have had advantage because she's.
I remember that scene.
I don't. All right. We will raid out to Order of the Dice. Are we gonna sit? You guys want to sit here for 5 more minutes and make it to April 1st, or are we good to just do this right now?
No, you're good.
We're fine.
Fine.
Well, happy April, everybody. We'll be back next week with episode 52, with a big 1-year anniversary where we kill all the players
Sounds good.
and then their characters. We're going to go right out to Order of the Dice. They may or may not have a decent layout. And they're playing stuff. They're playing Dungeons & Dragons. It looks like they are on... I can't tell if it's Roll20 or if they're using Foundry. I think it's Foundry they're using, though. But either way. Yeah. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. Good night.